Feel the sunrise, it burns in my eyes. This is my own life, I gotta get mine. My heroes don't fly, they crawl up inside, take over your mind, just like a drive-by. You take it It's such a cold war, the silent soldier. Gotta watch your back for the attack, keep it in composure. You may not hear me, but you can feel it, and it's an instinct that you can't kill it. Are you ready now? Go.
Well, good afternoon then, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on in to the third round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Today we're going to be at Silverstone for 8 hours of fantastic racing. My name is Jimmy Broadbent. I'm going to be taking you through qualifying and the first few hours of the race. Teams at the moment just finishing up their practice runs of qualifying, and it's looking like it's going to be a very close qualifying session, but we'll get to that in a minute. Just a quick note that Downforce Radio, our usual commentary team, aren't going to be around today. They do have some real life commitments, hence why I am stepping in. And of course, guys, if you are watching and you are a part of the VEC Room 1 the driver set, then bear in mind this is your broadcast. So if you want people to commentate on it and you're fancying maybe coming in and giving your insight, then please let me know. Driver insight is always very much appreciated. So, for those who haven't been around before, for those whose first time watching a virtual endurance championship race, firstly, welcome, stay around. And secondly, qualifying is coming up very soon. Now, the way that works is we have 2 half-hour sessions, I think it is. I think that's right, Jimmy, isn't it? Oh, he's in my ear somewhere. 2 half-hour sessions, that's divided in 25 minutes. Okay, I should know this, I'm a driver, but... first we have the GT cars go out, they do their laps, and we get the GT grid set, and then we do the prototype qualifying. So they take 25 minutes, so you get the P1s and P2s on track at the same time, so getting space there is important. So we're just moving on to GT qualifying now. From practice, it's looking, it's looking pretty close right now so far. From practice, we had a couple of cars looking pretty fast. You had the Revolution Racing car, Arne Schimweit at the wheel there, Atlantic Motorsport, Oliver 14 at the wheel of that one, and Dark Racing with Nuno Pinto at the wheel of that. So we've got a very close run thing at the top of the field. Just going to move over to our cameras now. Just to bear in mind that I'm not in control of the cameras here, so if I'm talking about something that's different from the camera, then that's probably going to happen quite a bit. But we'll do our best to try and keep that in sync for you guys. We watch our first GT cars go out now. So you're probably thinking, okay, like qualifying, is that going to be so important for an 8-hour race? And we say yes and no here. I mean, if you're in a P1, you want to try and get ahead of the GTR on qualifying because you don't want that thing blasting past you in a straight line. But in GT, qualifying pace is, I don't know, I always feel qualifying in endurance racing to be more of a bragging right. It's that you go out there, show how fast your car can be over a single lap, and of course we know that over a single lap, that ultimate pace doesn't really matter. It matters how your car is over the course of a stint. I'm just looking at chat. Someone's asked me if I'm going to be live streaming later on. Probably, if I have a voice left by then. But I'm going to be driving anyway, so I might not be talking so much in that stream. But I will be driving later on, yes. Let's see if we can get some GT. So I'm looking at Arnhem right now, Jimmy, if you're there in the background listening. And this is the fella who was fastest in practice in that Corvette C7R. A lot of Corvettes this season in VEC seems to be the car of choice at the moment, but we do have a fairly varied field elsewhere. So just watching him come down the hanger straight now. Now, time to be looking for is under 2 minutes is sort of a given in qualifying. We saw Arn, what did he do in the last session? He did about a 1:58 or so in the last session. So that's the goal really for qualifying anyway. So I'm going to see if we can get a lap on board here with Arn Schimflight and give you guys a sort of guided tour via a GT round here. And so we're lagging a little bit. Okay, that's fine. We'll probably go over that as time goes, but here comes Arn over the start finish line now in that Revolution Racing Corvette. The Revolution guys having a pretty good season so far. We've got one Revolution car, I think we've got two Rev cars actually in GT. Yeah, we do two in GT. We've got one P2 car and one P1 car, so definitely a team to watch out for. And here comes Arn now through turn 4, otherwise known as the loop. Very difficult section, very easy to do that there, just got a wheel on the grass, very easy to do that. Of course these are rear wheel drive cars, unlike our prototypes, which are, well, our P1s anyway, which are 4-wheel drive, so getting a wheel on the grass is actually quite dangerous in these cars. Let's see how he brakes the Brooklands. Nice in there, keeping it very nice and tight. The enemy of any car going through Brooklands is the rear end. You're braking from such a high speed, trying to take as much speed for this left-hander as possible, that the rear end sometimes just doesn't comply, but are nice and neat and tidy, getting a nice run there out of that field. That corner seems to go on forever, especially midway through a stint, taking it very nice and tight, coming through the old pit straight now. Let's have a look through cops. Let's see what sort of braking we get from the GT here. So down to 4th gear, 178 k's on the apex there, so about 110 miles an hour, so 105 miles an hour. Now coming through Magnus and Beckett's. This is a very fun section in any car, but you'll see the GT struggle a little bit through here. 200 k's there, now down to about 175, and then braking to the slowest point through Chapel. Oh, I'm getting it nice and sideways through there. That's signified there, or maybe quite a high engine map there on the downshift, and maybe quite a rearward base bias as you come down the hanger straight. This is where you do your little adjustments on the wheel. Check around, look for nice women in the grandstand if they're around, and come through Cops, feeding the car in very nicely. Cops is a very fun corner. The car sort of drifts out to the outside very nicely if you have a good setup, and now this bit, after going so fast through the last sector, feels like you're going pretty much nowhere. Nice and clean for this last sector now, and watch out for the curb on the inside here. It will throw the car to the outside. Luckily Arn misses it, comes across the line. I think that will be setting our first time of the session, and that is a 1:58.4. So Arn has a provisional pole as now, as I get my live timing up. Sim Racing for Holland coming across the line, doing a Flatline Racing does a 1:59.6. Thomas Jacobs at the wheel of that. He's also, I believe he either streams or records his stints, Thomas Jacobs, so definitely check him out on YouTube. Very fun to watch. Oliver 14 coming in second place, 1:58.7. Time starting to come in thick and fast now. Matt Strand 2:01.8, a little bit off the pace at the moment. Matthias Mercado 2 minutes 5, and Van Doren there in that in the SRVN car, going a little bit coming in 4th place so far from what I see. Porty in the GT Italia car, always a staple of VEC nowadays, 58.5. So coming in thick and fast, and this is going to be, I always wonder about qualifying, because you do see, obviously as a driver, I guess I can give you this insight, when you're sitting on the server, a lot of people go ahead and do quite a few qualifying laps, try and get that qualifying setup done and sorted, but I always wonder why that is, because the qualifying is such a small part of the race. I mean, bear in mind, this race is 8 hours, ladies and gentlemen, 8 hours, and that's a lot of stints. I can't tell you how many stints. I think it's about 13, 14 stints, maybe actually a bit less than that, but regardless, you're in the car for a long time, and so doing the one lap at the start of the race isn't necessarily, shouldn't be a priority, but at the moment, Pinto seems to have taken the pole away from Arn Schimflight for now with a 1:58.1. Will we see cars dropping into the 57s, I wonder? Have to keep an eye out for that. Good that by Nuno though, who'll be very happy with that. Couple of cars at the back still yet to break the 2-minute margin. I wonder if we're going to see that coming in or not. It's nice to see the GT field, for the most part, it's separated by not that much of a gap. So we'll see if that's reflected in this qualifying at all. Just looking at my live timing now, see if we've got anyone who hasn't yet set a lap. Couple of teams not yet. SMHQ, Northern Light, No Limit, and the Ever Revolution Racing Car have yet to set laps. Looks like we've got an 18 car GT field, I think. We'll see, we'll count them all when they do set laps. Just on board now with Olivier Fortin. Caught up with the DNS car in the last race, Jimmy says, with a gritted smile. Hopefully this time around, when serving their penalty, they will look around them when coming into the pit lane. But I don't say that of any malice, guys. I'm only joking, don't worry. Put on your legs. But on an outlap now, so is Nuno Pinto on an outlap. Arne Schimwlight just coming on to another hot lap now, so someone to keep an eye on as we go through the loop. That curb on the inside of turn 4 is a bit of a git. If you hit that too hard, you do run the risk of rolling the car. I know that because I've done that in practice, and unfortunately I've got a bit of a talent of rolling prototype, so I don't want to know what the GTs are like over there. But Perotti looks like he's coming out to do another lap as well. So Van Doren at the moment is our highest placed non-Corvette. He is in the Ferrari, 58.8 from him so far. That is in the sim racing SRVN car, sorry. And it's nice to see a Ferrari on track. I mean, obviously, people I don't know about the GT field. I'm not too knowledgeable about the actual cars in there, but we do have a Porker as well. That's good to know. So it seems to be Corvette, Ferrari, the more popular cars. Watching Van Doren, he's coming through Luffield now in that Ferrari, just trying to get that car turned in. Interesting enough, the cornering speed for Luffield is quite similar in a prototype and a GT through. They do have a little bit more speed in the prototype, but you're going so slowly that there's not really much downforce to help you out. Van Doren now coming through Cops. Getting a little bit wide there. It's going to run over the curb, and that is going to be an invalid lap there from Van Doren. Cut tracks, another thing we should mention quickly before we get into the real thick of things. Cut tracks are a thing here, outside of Cops, outside of Stowe, inside of Brooklands. Basically keep within the white lines, you haven't got to worry about anything. The one at Cops actually is quite generous. You can actually pretty much, as long as you have a wheel on the curb, you can go outside of the curb, you can get away with that. But it's still, when you're pushing, obviously you're trying to find as much speed as possible. I'm sure all the drivers here will agree that they've got, they will push it to the limit if they're allowed to go there. So your current standings: Dark Racing Nuno Pinto on provisional pole with a 158.1. Rev Racing Arne Schimwlight, he's a 158.4 at the moment, and GT Italia running out your top 3 with 158.5. So pretty close at the top. 4 temps covering the top 3. Olivier Fortin just abandoning a lap there at T1. Must not have got a nice run out of there. Arne Schimwlight is still on the lap. He's pretty close to completing his lap, as is Alessandro Perotti. I think they're both on hot laps. So let's see what Alessandro can do here, coming across the line on that new complex now. No, I think that might have been an out lap, excuse me. So we'll go back to Arne Schimwlight, who I know is on a hot lap at the moment. Coming down to Cops. Oh, looks like he's backing out of it. Maybe not quite happy with that lap. We might see another lap come. Maybe I mentioned his name on the stream. I get that a lot sometimes. When I mention someone on the stream, I tend to do something differently. So I'll try not to give you any commentators' curses as we go. Like I said, guys, anyone interested in joining me in the booth is more than welcome. It's currently me and, well, sort of Jimmy Allison. He's in the background. You can't really hear. He's not really commentating. He's just sort of there lurking, just keeping an eye on me. Very unnerving, I must say. But anyone else who fancies joining me, just wants to sit in here, give their 2 cents before the race, please come and join me, because otherwise you're going to hear a lot of me. I know there are some people out there who aren't going to enjoy that. Anyway, so Arne now onto another flying lap. Looks like he abandoned the last, coming through the loop at the moment. Nuno Pinto out there as well on his, I think, out lap at the moment. Alessandro Perotti, though, is on a flying lap, so he's our current 3rd place person. The GT Italia coming through Cops, nice and quickly through there. You see that initial understeer the GTs have to deal with through there. It's like trying to manage the understeer on turn in, and then getting on the throttle as much as you can. Of course, I can't really talk about how this car drives too much because I don't have that much experience, but you can tell you they have a lot less downforce than those prototype cars, a lot more mechanical grip. Nice little punch there out of Chapel onto the hangar straight now. The oldest, most recognisable part of the Silverstone circuit. Top speeds here are pretty similar. GT's doing about 260 k's down the straight. See some prototypes running around the 280, the P2's running around the 280, 277 mark. Of course, the top speed in the prototype 1 will belong to the GTR LM. I can pretty much guarantee that, around 308 k's or so, maybe a bit lower depending on wing angle, but we'll talk about that later on. Alexander comes around the last corner. Will this be enough to improve him, maybe put him into a provisional pole? Here he comes across the line now. Time is well, it's not fast enough, I can tell you that. It was a 1:58.67, so just a tenth and a bit off. Hearing we get some Steam notifications on chat. That'll be sorted out, I'm sure. Jimmy has to make sure he gets messages from his Farm Simulator buddies, so that's why it's on at the moment. So, Arnold Schunveit did go fast. Sorry we missed that while I was getting abused from Jimmy in the chat there. Arnold Schunveit does a 1:57.9, so he breaks the 1:58 barrier. So good job from Arnold there. First car to do so. I'm sure the other cars are going to see that and sort of wonder what sort of pace they can do. Towards the back of the field, we haven't really commented on that yet. From 15th downwards, we have Yuri Gizin. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. A 2 minute and 0.3, that's really hard to say. Richard Blocker does a 2 minute 0.6. Thomas Behar on that Northern Light car, a veteran of VEC, currently down in 17th in class, a 201.1. Matt Strand in the Satellite car, struggling for pace a little bit, a 201.8, as is Don Bombach with a 202.7. So those guys are quite far off the back at the moment. Hopefully they can maybe improve that position there. It's not going to matter too much, of course. It is an 8-hour race, but it is nice knowing you do have that pace in the car when you need it. Of course, the guys at Satellite also veterans in the R-Factor 2, R-Factor racing scene, so I'm sure they have that strategy in mind whatever they are doing over there at Satellite. Gregory, or Gerg, sorry, Barros? Gregory? I don't know, I'm going to say Greg, or Gerg. Gerg Barros, there you go, he does a 1:58.5, so he moves up into 3rd place, and nice stuff from him, just narrowly eking out Alexander Porti there. He's currently in 4th place. These guys all on hot laps right now. Not too long left of this GT qualifying session. See if I can get Jimmy in my ear to tell me how long left, because I can't see that on the screen at the moment, with the GTs being out there. So yeah, about 6 minutes left of this session so far, so cars have enough time for a couple of laps if they're quick. Of course, in this qualifying session you can complete your lap if you are on one, if the timer does turn to 0 while you're running your lap, so keep that in mind when you're out there. Porti, let's see if he's on a lap right now. I believe he is, so that's someone to keep an eye on. Of course, he's looking to improve, take back that 3rd place, maybe improve even more so. He's currently 6 tenths off our leader, Arnold Schunveit, our provisional pole sitter I should say, sorry. So as I mentioned is the free wide car, currently sitting in 8th in class. They have there are quite a few cars that have GT or cars in a lot of classes. Free wide is one of them. I don't think they've got a P2, I know they've got another GT in there. Alexandra was on an outlap there, he always seems to find himself on an outlap when I'm watching him, which is good. You know, Pinto, let's have a look. I think he's on an outlap as well, so he's coming through Cops, looking very aggressive through there, so he must be on an outlap. Just riding that curve there on the outside of Cops. That's what I was saying there. You can as long as you have a tyre on that curve there, the lap is legal, but it's very easy to run over that when you're really pushing it. A little bit out of shape there, coming through Beckett. It's not quite having the car online there, and a little bit slow out of Chapel. There you go. He decides to pull over there and abort the lap. So. Just getting a little bit wide. It's very easy to do that through Maggotts and Beckett. You should try and carry as much speed as possible, and of course in these cars you haven't really got the downforce to carry it, so understeer does happen and you end up just losing time, and Alexander deciding just to deciding to go back to the pits there and just start again. So it's just being told that Alexander's on a bit of a fast lap at the moment. He's 0.3 up at the moment, coming into Magnus and Beckett's. And again, this is where we saw Nuno have to abandon his lap. Let's see how Alexander does it then. Nice and tidy on Maggots through Beckett's now. Hugging the curb on the inside. Keeping it in third gear. Curious to see, I've seen a couple of cars down to second there. Very, very fast exit speed there, but suffering a bit on the curb, so he's going to carry that mistake now all the way down the hangar straight. Obviously making that mistake is going to affect his top speed ultimately, which is 257 k's before breaking into Stowe. You almost want to try and touch that curb here, then let the car float out to the outside. Very nice and tidy there by Alexander, so we'll see if that mistake has cost him. Coming into the last sector now, very slow through here, first gear corners, second gear there just before coming into the last corner, third gear, touching the curb on inside and outside. Will it be faster for Alexander? Will he improve? Comes across the line now. The time of 158.2, which puts him up into third place. So take that third place back from the Revolution car, but still our leader Arne Schimvliet, or our pole sitter, I keep calling him the leader, still out there on his own in the 57. So nothing to worry him at the moment as we come into the last few minutes now of the GT qualifying. You can tell when they're on a slower lap because they're a little bit slower through the fast corners, trying to preserve those tyres. Nuno Pinto, I'm pretty sure, again, is on another lap. He's a lot tidier through Magnus and Beckett's than he was last time. And this is a man who is posing the biggest challenge to Arne Schimvliet at the moment in that Revolution racing car. Revolution sitting first and fourth at the moment, so a fantastic showing from them as Peter Grau goes into fifth place there in the 3 wide GT. A good, solid lap from him, a 58.5. So watching Nuno Pinto now coming through the last part of the circuit. Again now through I call it the Mickey Mouse section here, the last part of the Silverstone circuit. I'm not a fan of this last part of the circuit, but you can make up time here if you're aggressive and you don't get understeer. Here we are coming now onto the last part, coming through the start finish straight. Is it going to be an improvement for Nuno Pinto? It's not, but he's going to go around again, so we'll see what happens there. And I've just been joined by Mr. Trevelyan Johnson. Hello, Ed. You're very quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me a bit better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying it's nice to hear your balming voice on commentary again.
Calming. I don't know if that's a voice. That's a word, really. Yeah, it's nice being back in a bit of commentary. Of course, I'm going to be driving later on as well, so I won't be doing the whole thing. So, as I mentioned, if we do get into a situation later on where there are no commentators, then unfortunately the stream is not going to be commentated. So if you do fancy trying your hand, there's no pressure. Doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be bad, just be enthusiastic. Yeah, potluck. That's why you got me today.
That's not the case at all. So it looks so far that it's really a battle between Pinto and Schoonvliet. Also, although Porty's not that far behind. And they've got, how many minutes have they got left of qualifying?
I think they're done now. I think this is the last lap for people out there at the moment.
Oh, well.
So keep an eye on Arne, who's very aggressive through cops, but he's going to run over the curb. No, he's not. Just about keeps it there. Yeah, he does have traffic in front of him. I think that is the satellite Ferrari, which isn't running too quickly at the moment.
Yeah,
so we'll
they're
see
well
if
off the pace, aren't they?
Yeah, so we'll see if that holds him up at all as they come through the last part of Magnus and Beckett's now through Chapel. Actually, this might benefit him as long as they don't slow him up into the last corner. He might get a draft here, Arne Schimvliet. Will Satellite needs flashing, he's saying, please get out of the way. But I think at the moment they are on a lap. It is Matt Strand, he's on a lap as well, so they're both equally entitled to the track here. I think that Arne's going to get held up. Yeah, I think this is lap done now.
That's a shame. Yeah, that lap's done. He's sliding.
He's going to have a go up the inside now. Doesn't matter though, he's going to have his line compromised, and in doing so he is actually taking both those laps away effectively there. But Matt Strand, unfortunately, I don't think he will be. No, he's pulled over now, not able to improve on that 201.8. And Arne, of course, not being able to improve there at all either. So it's down really now to Nuno Pinto.
All eyes go to Pinto.
Yeah, it's down to Pinto. He's only 2 temps off. Although, Pirotti's just lost out on his lap. He went through Brooklands pretty much sideways. And I think the time's done now, so that's him done. So it's all down to Pinto now, unless we see something very fantastic from Barros, who's just about to come across the start-finish line of the other Revolution car.
GT qualifying is over. You may finish your current lap.
Barros does improve. He goes a little bit quicker, but it isn't enough to take third. Just 400ths off there, Porty. So a good effort by the Revolution cars. First and fourth at the moment. If Pinto cannot improve, we'll keep an eye on that. Peter Grau pulls over. He's not going to be improving either. Olivier 14 still on the lap. He's currently down in 6th on the 58.6 pretty much. So we'll see if he can go a bit faster. He hasn't got to go that much faster to take 5th. Only about 500ths in there. So
Pinto's at his lap.
Pinto's, there you go. So that's pretty much our pole set, I think,
That
unless
could be
we
it.
see something very special here from Olivier Fortin.
Well, he's the sort of driver who can do it, although he has been having a few ping issues, I think, recently.
We heard about that a little bit the other day. Let's see if he comes across the line. What sort of time's he going to do? He improves. Oh, a fantastic time from 14. Not quite pole, but he jumps from 6th place to
Wow.
2nd place there on the last lap. So I'm sure a big smile inside his cockpit right now as Pinto is pushed down to 3rd place. And I'm sure he's kicking himself because he did that to himself. Van Doren, can he improve as well? Coming across the line, he does improve, but not enough to go past Grau. Still sitting in 7th place. Thomas Jacobs pulling over as well. He won't be completing his lap. Manuel Marcilli, he's currently down on another Corvette in 12th place on a 59.6, so he's 1.7 seconds off our Schumweit, which goes to show just how fast that Revolution car is at the moment. Let's see if Manuel can go any faster. Coming across the line now, and it's going to be a 59.2. It does. It moves up into 9th place, so that's inside the top 10. He'll be happy with that there. Andreas Corrali as well, he's out there. Let's see what he does. Sim racing for Holland car. Comes across the line now. Will he go in 2 minutes? I guess that'll be probably the goal for them. No, he doesn't. That's a shame. Still within that. Manuel Marcelli still out there. Should really be escaping now for P2 qualifying because we've only got 20 minutes left.
So, I mean, looking from 8th to 9th, there's quite a big drop off. I wonder why. And also, Texas has always seemed to be fairly on the pace and up there with the rest of the front, rather than especially in qualifying. So I wonder whether this was a slightly off session for them.
It does happen, of course. Doing qualifying laps in practice is very different to doing qualifying laps in the actual event. There is the pressure there as well. I'm wondering why Manuel is still on track, because he's now eking up prototype time. This would really annoy me if I was on track. If I'll be telling him to escape right now, because he can do that. He hasn't got to drive back to the pits. At this pace, he's going to waste about another minute or so getting back to the pit lane.
This spells trouble. But I mean, looking at the results of qualifying, that is a pretty spectacular lap by Fortin. I mean, we all know about Arnes Hohnfleet, and he's been right up there in every qualifying session so far this season. However, he's not really going to enjoy it that much, as he has, I think, 2 60-second stop and goes in the race. So nice to hold on for a short while, but not long.
Yeah, and to cast your mind back to Istanbul, I think I'm not sure if it was Olivier in the car at that point. I think it might have been. Came to serve a penalty.
Felix.
Who was it? Sorry.
I think it was his brother Felix.
Okay, so one of the 14s in the car, and came across myself driving a DNS Nissan. Went to overtake before the pit lane, and unfortunately they didn't check the mirrors and decided to try and go through the GNS prototype, which is why they have another penalty for this round. Again, I'm not surprised if we'll see a penalty for Manuel here. He's just really just taking his time, and he's pretty much he's
taking the mick a little bit.
It is. I'm surprised Jimmy hasn't given him a kick up the arse yet. I mean, bum. Oops. There you go. That is GT qualifying over. So prototype's time to shine. Surprised he's going to back it into the garage at this point.
He just wanted to finish the session like he would in real life.
I think if in real life, if you could hit escape and go back to the pit lane, I think you would do that. Just saying. Anyway, so our top 3 in GT qualifying. If you didn't catch it, we'll run through the order if we can. Revolution Racing, Arne Schumweit. I think that's another pole for Revolution, isn't it? So 57.8.
It's their second of the season. I think Dark got pole at Istanbul, if I'm not incorrect.
Is this your old car, Ed?
No, it's not. That's the old pro car. Barris's car is my old car.
Okay, well,
it's upgraded from AM.
Interesting to see how they do as life goes. At the moment, not seeing any progress.
qualifying as well.
There you go, prototypes coming out now. So they're going to start off, but we'll get to those in a second. SRVN Van Doren, 7th place. No Limit Motorsport with Daniel Maybeck. The GT class is Thomas Jacobs, Fatline Racing, good 10th spot from him. Again, he is, I think, either streaming or recording, so go check him out on YouTube, Thomas Jacobs. He's I'm a big fan of watching his videos because I like to get an idea of what it's like to
very good.
drive a prototype, so drive a GT, sorry, because, of course, I'm a prototype driver, so all I have in my mind is upsetting GTs as much as I can. I'm being sarcastic, please don't.
He tends to get his videos out about a week after the race, so yeah, I mean, one person you could have watched, although he won't be driving for the next half hour, is Arne Schoonvliet, and he will be streaming his race live as well. And you just look up his name on YouTube and you'll find him.
So then, let's see who we've got out on track at the moment. Who is leading the way? Got out first.
Jakovic is out first.
Jakovic's got the out first, so we're giving him a little bit of coverage in that Porsche, coming up to Copse now to start his lap. Jakovic's looking very fast in practice. The prototype fast lap tracker is, I think, covered by about 5 tenths or so, down to about 5th place, so it's looking very fast in the prototype division so far. But here we are then, we'll go on board with Jakovic, Mr. Jimmy, if you hear me in the background now. We'll take you on board for a lap of Silverstone in the prototype on a P1 car. We'll switch to the P2 cars as well, try and get them both. So coming through now, turn 1, flat there in the Porsche, not a hint of a lift. Nothing that I'll know anything about on the GTR as we brake very heavily now down to turn 2. I guess that's technically turn 3 and turn 4. Again, watch out for that curb on the inside there. You can almost not see it in the prototype with the big wheel arch there, sort of blocking your view. Now coming through turn 5 and straight now, a little bit of a chance to compose yourself. Think about the braking down into Brooklands. You've got to make sure you get that rear end in check. Now braking very hard. Let's see how the rear end behaves here. Not a hint of a slide. That Porsche very well set up now coming through Luffield. Oh, a little bit wide through there. See the rear end just falling away from him. Big old drift on the way out. Snicky noses on camera now, giving us a bit of a show. Coming past the old pit lane now, coming up to Copse. These cars are very fast through here. Let's hear if he lifts or not. No, down a gear I think there, but still very quick through there. Slight lift, but the speed's still immense now coming through Nuggets and Beckett's. Look at the difference between this and the GT car. So much faster, a lot scarier as well. Things go wrong a lot quicker. A nice run out of Chapel. Oh, getting a little bit wide there on the exit. A little bit of a twitch there, but now coming down the hanger straight. Lap is almost done now. One last corner to really ruin your day, and that's Copse. It's coming up now. Brake hard, aim for the apex, try and touch the curb. Nicky runs it over, very good entry there and exit. Now coming over to the last section of the course, bit of a tricky one in the rear-wheel drive based prototypes here. Back end tries to get away from me a little bit, runs over the curb. A nice tidy lap from Nicky. Let's see what sort of time. Looking at a sort of a low 38 is a pole time here. 38.1 from Nicky, a good solid start in that. 38. I can hear Nicky already swearing at Oscar coming through there in the GTR LM with a 38.9. Risco Tappet with a 38.2. Nathaniel Upson, the other GTR LM, a 38.4. Will be giving them completely unfair bias coverage throughout the broadcast. Hope you enjoy that. Yuri comes through, not a fab lap from Yuri. Go ahead.
I just also want to mention that there are 2 cars that have already beaten the LMP1 pole time in Room 2. So maybe there is a little bit of a difference in speed. I don't know. Maybe there's more rubber, something. But it's going to be an interesting session. I really enjoyed that on board with Nicky to start with. It's typical Nicky, just balls out immediately, first lap out of the gate.
It was a nice lap from Nicky, a nice little banker lap, but down in the P2's Petro Delgado, currently on provisional pole for 156.7, followed by Nicholas Hillebrand in that Magenta P2, of course, trying to live up to its big brother in P1. Magenta, a little bit unlucky last time out. I think they were leading the P2 race for pretty much most of it, and then had a disconnect, and then pretty much ending their chances of a win, which was a great shame, hoping that won't happen to them again today. That's always the worst way to go.
There's a lot of very strong LMP2s that have had terrible luck in the first 2 rounds, so I wonder whether it'll change. I know that there are 3 particularly strong cars that I look out for, and one is the Revolution car, and the other is another is Magenta, and another is the Atlantic car, as far as I know. I think MVD is pretty good as well. Are they are in room runner? I think so. Anyway, but all of them have had particularly bad luck in the last 2 rounds, so we'll see if it'll change.
Hopefully it will. We don't like to see people go out that way. Just some live timing there, Eddie, if you didn't have it already. Top three at the moment: Vodball, Vires, and Free Wide. Third, second, and first in that order at the moment. GNS Endurance currently in fourth place. A nice lap from Nate. We've seen laps in practice going below the 37s, which is pretty much rocket speed around here. So hopefully we'll see something nice and pretty in that time in terms of lap time. Let's see, it looks like Philip Harkos has taken the provisional pole in P2. He's currently sitting in ninth, which is a good showing from him. As Jimmy Allison goes crazy in the, in the chat there.
I'm trying to work out what it means.
But still looking on board now with Philip Harkos. I'm not sure he's on the lap at the moment. He's coming across the start and finish line now. That was a nice lap. He does improve very slightly, but he's got 5 tenths over anyone so far, so good starting from him.
That man defies belief using his gamepad. I just don't understand it.
He's on the gamepad, is he?
Oh yeah, Philip. Watch his steering inputs. Let's go on board with Philip Arcos just as he does his outlap. Just watch his steering inputs.
Oh man, this takes me back. I used to race on the gamepads for quite a while.
You've got a video, haven't you? Because where you set a lap with a wheel on I can't remember which sim it is, and then you set it on a gamepad, went faster, and chucked your gamepad across the room, as far as I can remember.
A lot of that sort of stuff happens to me, unfortunately. A lot of anger.
No, but it's totally understandable. You know, what's the point in having a wheel if you could just go faster on a £40 piece of kit?
As Furman comes into the pits, that's a lap of bands from him. I'm not sure if Nate is on a lap right now, but he's coming across the start-finish line now. Will he go faster? No, he's coming on to a flying lap now. So, I think we'll have a little lap on board. What do you reckon? The DNS car? Yeah? You reckon that's good?
Why not? Let's go on board with DNS.
The reason why we bring this up is because the GTR LM handles vastly different to the other two P2s. Of course, it's a front-wheel drive bias real four-wheel drive system, so pretty interesting concept there, following the free wide car, which does get out of the way. Nice to see. The strength of the GTR is its insane straight line speed, about 24-25 k's faster than anything else down the back straight, but of course does suffer in the corners because of the way the downforce works in this car. We've seen go through Luffield now, you have to sort of ride the throttle to try and pull it round.
Very wide entry.
It is. It's a point and squirt sort of entry in this car. You have to avoid cornering as much as possible. This is where we see the difference through cops.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for me.
So it's down to 4, throw it in.
Oh, gosh.
Nate's run over the curb on the outside. That is the lap done. But
well, he's really testing the limits of the car.
He is. I mean,
you can see that.
The difference in cornering speed. I mean, you'll be lucky to get about 240 k's out of the GTR through cops. I mean, and some of these other P1s don't even lift. So that's the difference.
What I was so surprised by in practice when I watched the GTR is that it lifts off through turn 1. Something I've never seen in a prototype before. Yeah,
we have to lift. I mean, bear in mind we're getting to T1 faster than you guys are, of course, as well. But I mean, you have to lift, otherwise you just die essentially. But anyway, back to the P2 to try and give them equal coverage. Vincenzo Capella, he's gone 3rd place in class in that GT Italia car. I'm pretty sure he is good. I remembered. Delgado down to 4th in the Fat Line Racing car, with Jake Cole in the Revolution Racing car currently in 5th place. Another Revolution car.
One of your new drivers, I think.
Yeah, he's driving for us in VLMS, of course, another series organised by SRC. Someone please post a link in the chat if you are interested in getting involved in what you're seeing here or other endurance-style racing. Then, well, we're the best. I don't think I can say that with confidence. To be honest, SRC is the biggest endurance racing scene in RF2, so make sure to get yourself over there and get signed up, get part of the community.
Just want to bring your attention quickly back to the Nissans. Look at how close they are.
Now that is very interesting as well, because
you feeling worried?
I'm interested because Oscar has done a lot less laps practice than Nate, but of course we know the natural talent of Oscar, and I hate saying this on stream because he'll come in with a big smug grin later on. But Oscar is one of those guys that can turn up, do 20 laps or so and be on pace, much to the dismay of everybody else in session. Borgia Milan takes 5th place, 138.5. Again, the top 6 prototypes covered by 3 temps.
And I just wanted to say one last thing about LMP1 before we go back to LMP2. Isn't it interesting that last year's champions haven't turned up to this race?
Oh, that is interesting. Wonder. Well, last year's champions, they were a P1 one. They moved to P1 then quit. So that does leave.
I mean, yeah, Wisniewski and Brzezinski feeder car.
Oh yeah, feeder. Where are those guys? They're probably thinking of some other way to tell me the Nissan's too fast. But
they've obviously had pretty bad luck in the first 2 races, and I wonder whether that's sort of slightly dampened their prospects. I don't know. Maybe they haven't felt too with it this round.
They definitely can do, but hopefully we'll see them back soon as we do go
Lucas
back
just
to the
popped into
P2s.
37s.
Oh, there, Nicky. Oh, there you go. Nicky goes pole then, originally with a 37.9. We do know that quite a few cars and drivers are capable of that, but we'll keep an eye on that. Down in P2, it is still Philip Arkos with the gamepad strats there with a mid 50, mid 45 there, so very quick. Only 3 and a bit seconds off our slowest prototype so far, which is Cosimo Straponi in the SimHQ car. Jake Cool looks like he's improved as well, gone up to 2nd place. I've seen him do some very quick laps in practice. So
not far behind, but still 3/10 on someone playing with a gamepad. I think he's going to want to pull his finger out a little bit more than that.
Oh, I mean, there are saying that he abandons that second lap straight away. I mean, 2nd place not a bad place to be in, but of course you still do have just under 8 minutes left of this session for people to get out there and improve. Currently Nick Newcomb rounding out the back of the field. Good to see Nick back though. Nick is one of the old school drivers, back when this was ERL and various other names of, I can't remember how many names this thing's had. But good to see Nick back in the car. His first race back, I believe, so we're keeping an eye on him, but he's currently down at the back of the field, a little bit off Sebastian Rodriguez, but of course still getting back into the swing of things. Sean Campbell in that champion car as well. Another car that I've had a pretty good start to the season, champion. They had a 2nd at India. I'm not quite sure where they came at came in Turkey, but they've been doing pretty well so far. Not looking too quick over a single lap though.
No, I mean this is champion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they did pretty well in the first round, and I don't know. This will sound like it's taking away something from them, but again, that first round was something where it was where. Philip Arkos had some problem, the Magenta car had another problem, Jake Hall blew his engine, all those kind of things. But, that said, I think Champion did come home in 2nd. So
I think when we get to that, it's just a matter of they had those problems because of reasons and they didn't, and that is part of endurance racing, of course.
Exactly. Thank you for saving me.
That's all right. Could have digging those holes today, Ed.
Oh God, yeah, Jesus Christ.
So Sean does go a bit faster. I think moves up does it into the 46s, just about top of the field. Let's see, Nathaniel Lobson on the pole position. There you are, Nate. Good lad. 37.89. Going a little bit faster than Nicky.
I can't say I didn't expect that, to be honest.
No, I mean.
He's been exceptionally quick in practice.
I don't want to say too much, of course, as always. Although I think I said to everyone anyway. The DNS car, the GTR LM, is very fast over a single lap. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've got a very interesting secret strategy planned for the race. We're all waiting to see.
Oh yeah, it involved using that 10.5 metres of front end we got to just move people out of the way. But DNS currently on pole. Can they make it 2 poles in a row? I really hope so, because then I can add that to our list of stats that mean absolutely nothing in the real world.
They mean something.
Nicky Jakovic, though, still looking very fast. He comes across the line. Oh, doesn't improve, though. That was a, see if we can get our live timing, a 39.1 from Nicky, so way off there. I think he must have had a mistake at some point. Thermal on the lap, going very wide at Brooklands, though, trying to keep up with the DTRLM, no doubt. Now, on board with Nate just for a second, just to see what his traffic situation is like. He's going to come across a P2, but the P2 cornering speed, oddly enough, is very, very similar to the GTR-LM coming through these fast corners. So, he won't be bothered going through the corner, but will he get past before coming up to Brooklands? I don't think he will. I think he knows that. Yeah, he's pulled over. I think he knows he's not going to better do anything through there. The trouble with the GTR-LM is, even though the cornering speed is different, the acceleration is a lot faster. So, even if the cornering speed is very similar, if you're behind someone, you're going to get held up. But Nicky Jakovic's going out again. As is Martin Furman. Risto Capit, though.
We're in the last 5 minutes.
So yeah, it's all going to happen now. Keep an eye on the screens.
Everything's winding up.
Risto goes across the line, doesn't improve. That was an outlap blow. Yuri Kastorp on a lap at the moment, has to abandon it because he's behind a P2. Can't make a lot of that there as Oscar Hardwick comes out again. Does a 38.0. Very good lap from Oscar, considering he's not had much practice at all. Kieran Parkin, who's been informed is going to be starting second for this race, is currently down in 8th place at the moment. So
Oh, you don't have to bring our private jokes into the commentary, Jimmy. No, I might have hit a dud on that one. I think he's just, he's just pulling himself together. He'll have a lap ready.
Oh, and I can tell you from experience that Kieran is a very fast driver.
God, I've got to eat my hat or something if he doesn't get second.
I mean, Kieran, I'm sure won't mind me saying this, about a year ago had real trouble keeping a car together over an endurance setting, but he's really improved over the last year. He's become one of the fastest people
He's insanely good.
that I know now in terms of a sprint and endurance format. So definitely someone you can never count out is Kieran Parkin. And back behind them, the DHR cars currently 8th and 9th place. Adam Hodgkinson, another fast guy with a 38.8 so far. I know he can go faster than that, so we'll see if he improves there.
Maybe this is possibly just them mourning the loss of the great Stephen Bailey.
I mean, we all are. And I think not to say that he is still with us. He is still...
Just about.
Yeah, he is still around. So don't be mourning him too much. Watching Jake Hall now, coming through Cops. Ooh, very fast through there.
He's saying that from a Nissan perspective.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything compared to a Nissan through there is going to be quick. I mean,
Let's
bear in mind
this lap off with Jake.
Yeah, bear in mind this is a Nissan-powered Orica as well, so this is effectively a DNS car. All Oricas are DNS cars, and that's it. As they come out,
you're claiming it.
put my flag on it. But coming up to Cops now. Let's see what Jake's like through here, shall we?
And
I don't understand.
At the moment, he's only 2/10 off pole, so keep an eye on these first two in LMP2.
Only 2 temps so far, but again, he's got the advantage of not being on a gamepad. Although Philip Parker will be saying that's a downside at the moment. Yeah, he's coming through the start finish line. Will Jake improve?
No.
That was a 56 flat. That was so a little bit off. Something I did want to mention as well, of course, is that we have actually had a real life passing between races here. Very sad, of course, from Vincent Simoni from the Jules Racing team. They race a 74 car in room 2, so of course condolences to his team. It's fantastic racing with you while you were here, and hopefully wherever you are now, you're in some sort of sim racing seat enjoying the view.
Indeed. And look at that at the top.
Oh wow, we have a joint time here. Risto Capit and Nathaniel Upson. It's down to a point that it's beyond 1,000, so tens of thousands of seconds there separating Lupson and Capit in two completely different cars with two completely different drivetrains.
And I think this can put an end to all these comments about the Porsche not being fast enough.
I mean,
once and for all.
It's just. I see comments like that and I just laugh. It's just drivers trying to make excuses. But let's see if Capit knows on the outlap now. Can Lupson improve? I think he's now coming through to start another lap, I believe. We'll see. It comes across the start-finish line now. Will there be a time set? There isn't one, so this is his last stab of it. And now we're coming on to under a minute left of this session. Philip improved Newcomb. He's improved a little bit. Still quite a way off anyone else at the moment, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what they're like in the race, of course. So tight at the top now. That's ridiculous. Having
who gets pole? I guess Nate does.
In that case, I'm pretty sure in any sort of rule that it's whoever sets the time first will get the pole if it was exactly the same time. But I doubt that it is exactly the same time. I'm not quite sure how far back R Factor 2 measures actually in terms of lap time, but we'll find out today.
Let's turn this into a mini interview. Jimmy, how are you feeling about your car right now?
Good, because Risto just pulled off. Risto's pulled off for his lap, so unless Jakovic can go faster, and unless Nate goes far, well, it's between Jakovic now and Lupson, and we know that Jakovic does have the pace to do that. We've seen him do these laps before. Now, if anyone can do it, it's going to be Nicky. But Nate is on the lap as well, hasn't abandoned it just yet, so it's obviously looking pretty tidy so far. Coming through Stowe, you turn the car in, and you smash the throttle, let the understeer take you all the way through Cops. I don't think it's going to be faster though, because through Stoke. I don't think that was wasn't too quick through there.
Oh, a little bit squirrely. No, I think that's a down lap maybe. Yeah, he had to come out of the throttle to balance it.
Let's see if Nate does go fast across
He's
the line.
backed out of it. Djakovic
And there you
is
go.
out of his lap.
So it's down now to Borja Milan. He's only 4 tenths off. So
Daniele Pizza and Cosimo Strapone, but they're a fair way down.
can Jake Hall though? Can Jake Hall do anything about this P2 situation? Because Philippakos has pulled over now. That's sorted out for them.
That's
It's
half a second gap in LMP2.
It's all down to Jake. I'm sure Jake, if anything, we're trying to bring that gap down, just so he hasn't got to have people telling him that he's been beaten by a gamepad. The whole P2 field has been beaten by a gamepad at this point. So we'll see what happens. Here we go then.
He's just loading the car all the way up with the understeer. He just doesn't care about the tyres at this point.
Do whatever you want to do.
Takes a nice. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's the right line through there for qualifying.
Well, here we go then, across the line. Will it be an improvement for Jake Hall? Will he take away pole position from Philippakos on that gamepad? Comes across the line now. It's faster, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Just under, or just 2.5 tenths there from Philippakos. And Lazarus Philippakos on the gamepad for Atlantic Motorsport takes the pole position.
I don't know whether I should feel happy about that.
But I guess...
well done to him. But yeah, gamepad, wow.
I guess the biggest story, though, I think that we might be off air, but we'll continue anyway. The biggest story would be Nate Lupson and Risto Capit setting exactly the same time.
Of course it is.
Are we here, Jimmy? Good.
Well done, Jimmy. Sorry, that wasn't Jimmy.
Well done, Jimmy. Good.
Well done, Jimmy B. And yeah, don't worry about us. We're off air, right? Okay.
Well, let us know if we're back, ladies and gentlemen, in chat. We'll continue rambling as if we were. That was a ridiculous session. I don't even understand that. That was so stupid. We had two P1s on exactly the same time. And we had Niki Djakovic within a tenth of that as well. So we had our three cars at the top separated by 900ths of a second. Furman in 4th place in the free white car. Oscar Hardwick in 5th place in the magenta car. Fantastic showing from him, considering the amount of practice that's gone into that from him. So good showing from him. Yuri Kastrop 6th place. Borja Milan 7th. Kieran Parkin and Adam Hodgkinson 8th and 9th in the DHR cars.
Just give us a 3-2-1 when we're live.
So welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. If we are live, Jimmy says we are, we aren't. A little bit of a technical hitch there. We'll be shortly being joined by Ryan Ferris once he gets himself sorted out. And looks an interesting start here, especially with the GTR LM being at the top of the field, of course having that straight line speed advantage and being a little bit slow for the corners. So I'm wondering how that's going to pan out as the race gets underway. Of course, to keep in mind Oscar as well, also in the GTR LM having that top speed advantage. So it's only a couple of corners when we start to get to a massive straight around here. So now I'm thinking about how it's going to go.
Look who's right behind your car. 3 very aggressive drivers.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting start. They're all very, very quick. I mean, what's actually, you know, the times aside, the similar times at the or the exact same times at the front aside, what interests me is that Capit managed to beat the self-acclaimed Porsche King, Niki Djakovic, in qualifying.
Niki Djakovic. I mean, in the last broadcast, Rachel Whiteford said I had a big ego. I'm pretty sure she never met Niki Djakovic. So we'll see how he goes during the race. Again,
we love him.
Well, speak for yourself. But very quick through traffic is Niki. So we'll see how he handles there. And of course, you have to keep in mind tyre wear as well around here. I don't want to give too much away, of course, although I probably have just by saying that, but tyre wear is different for each car around here. We have different strategies coming into play as well. The hard tyre is an option as well. People looking to double, maybe even triple stint the hard tyre. Some people going just for soft stints, going for single stints as well. You save about, oh Jesus Christ, I think about 30 odd seconds or so in the pits. No, I think it's about 40 seconds by not taking tyres. It's 30 seconds for a normal prototype. For the DTRM, I think it's 40. But so you have to when doing these double stints, you have to make up that time in the pit lane. So if you're doing softs and you have to then make up 40 seconds on your stint, that means going a second a lap or more faster over 2 stints on soft, which is doable, I think. But of course, it means when you get to the end of a stint on soft tyres, they're cooked and you die. So it'll be an interesting insight. No, Ed, you're a R18 driver. Would you be prepared to give any insight into how the R18 handles over a stint?
I'm very new to it. I don't know anything. I think our tyre wear will be better than the Nissans. That's all I can really say. I mean, I tried the Porsche very briefly, and what I saw from that car is that I think just the way that it punches off the corner, the tire, something about that makes the tyre wear a bit more even on that car than the Audi. So there's that, but otherwise I don't think that there's that much difference. There's just a massive difference to the Nissan.
So I was saying, I think if you kept your brakes locked for an entire stint, you'd have better tyre wear than Nissan. But we'll see how that pans out. Obviously,
It
Nate.
can't be that bad.
Nate, this is his first time starting the car after me starting the car in the last 2 rounds. We're hoping for a DNS perspective to beat our PB of 6 laps in the clean race without rolling or hitting something.
Yeah, this is gonna be the end of your bad luck.
It's because Nate's
string
driving
of
now.
bad
Yeah.
luck.
What
Well,
happens? I'll get in the
don't put it
car,
down
and
to
then
yourself, come
all
on.
4 wheels just fall off.
Just don't flip it. I hit raw nerve.
I'm just having a bit of a cry. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, now that the times are, I wonder if I can get the qualifying times back up again somehow. Maybe not. But I think the gaps in LMP2 were a little bit more spread out, weren't they?
yeah, I mean, it
Certainly
didn't
from
help that
first to
Philip
second.
Arcos had a fantastic lap, and
Mm.
I'd like to know what he's huffing that makes him go that fast on the gamepad. Because I used to drive on the gamepad.
But I mean, let me potentially start digging another hole. I mean, I think it's it's potentially the usual suspects in LMP2. I mean, it's certainly the people I would expect to see, and who I think I've seen at the front of every grid so far this season.
I mean, of course, each team will have a qualifying driver. And for those who don't know, for those again who are new to VEC, we have a system here where the qualifying driver has to start the race. Hence why Nate is on the server now, hence why he qualified. So you have to sort of think about what do you prioritise? Do you maybe want a consistent guy at the start of the race to get you in good stead? Or do you want someone who's aggressive, who's fast over a single lap, who can get you into a nice position and then hand over to someone maybe who's a bit more consistent? It's all part of the strategy here.
What would you say most people have gone for?
Well, looking at the driver lineup, I'd say that people are going for the speed, because I know people who drive. Because Kieran is pretty much an all-rounder now, but he made his name being very fast over a single lap.
Just looking down at the GTs again. Obviously, it's a much bigger field. But yeah, I mean, the gap's kind of closed up a little bit. I mean, Sconfleet did. He seemed to just get a bit of an extra drive out of that qualifying, to use for lack of an actual good phrase. He got something extra out of that qualifying session, but the cars right behind him, I mean, they were split by. I mean, I think the next 4 cars were split by 2/10 or something ridiculous like that.
For those who missed qualifying, of course, Arne Schimvlet was the only driver to get into the 57s, 57.9, but 57s regardless, and that's very fast in a GT car. Olivier Fortin coming in at the last second to upset Nuno Pinto with the 58.0, but it was pretty tight at the top at the end. I mean, it was only a tenth or so in between first and second, and we're used to seeing gaps like that, which is but we aren't used to seeing joint lap times at the head of the field, which I'm sure Risto Capit was effing and blinding when he went across the line to see he got exactly the same time, because that amount of time, like, you can't.
What's the figure after 1,000th?
Tenth of thousands, I imagine.
What's going to be in that?
I mean, I can't imagine where you that's getting on the throttle like a tenth of thousandth earlier. You know, that's basically what that is. It's such a tiny margin of error, like. But it doesn't matter, because they'll both be starting off, and starting at the start of the field or towards the hot end is always a good place to be. You make sure you aren't in any sort of traffic there. I did mention that, of course, earlier, that maybe qualifying isn't so important in endurance race. You have to look at it from the flip side as well. And if you're starting at the top of the field, you haven't got to worry about people around you so much. So that's always a nice thing. Unless you are a P2 or a GT car, and there's 20 GT cars. I feel very sorry for Thomas Jacobs right now, because he's right bang in the middle of all of them.
Well, it'll be an interesting replay. And talking of which, if you want to tune into the pole sitter in GT stream, look up Arne Schoonvliet on YouTube, because he will be streaming his race.
I'm pretty sure Nate's streaming as well, but
Oh, and look that up as well.
I have no idea where.
Why don't you plug it? Find a link.
Give me a second, I'll go find a link.
So, Ryan, if you're there.
Yep.
I think you missed round 2, but I think it's almost business as usual. It's roughly the same people up at the front that you're potentially used to. Am I right?
Yes. Obviously, the guy I'd be looking out for is Niki Jakovic, who, apart from in race 1 when they had the unfortunate disconnection, was
indeed.
leading.
Can I just quickly interject and mention that Risto Capit is starting this race on pole? So something about the qualifying times, the game has interpreted it as
that's very strange.
Swapping those two cars round.
No,
How bizarre.
It's another
Well,
car, I guess, in front. Yeah, I'm going to just have a little weep now, because we're still pole. We're still pole, damn it.
Well, you'll be in first place probably by first corner, so whether you hold on to it through the first corner is another question.
No, I mean, that's something I
There you
wouldn't
go.
recommend Nate to do, is try not to take anyone through the first corner. But just a little shout out is NT Lobson94 on Twitch, if you are interested in watching Nate stint there on board there from that GTR LM as they make their way round on the pace lap. Aristo Capit leading the order in a weird sort of turn of events there, but I guess you can't really blame RF2 for getting a little bit confused there with two P1s setting exactly the same time. Although, again, I imagine Nate should have been on pole because he set it first, but whatever. Niki Jakovic in third place, looking to maybe pick up a couple of places at the start there, nice and close to the back of that glorious Nippon Steel car in front of him. Martin Furman in fourth place, Oscar Harwick fifth. Again, another car looking maybe to make up a couple of places at the start and try and make everyone's day a little bit worse. Yuri Kasdorp 6th, Borja Milan 7th, Kieran Park in 8th, Adam Hodgson 9th. Now the DHR cars a little bit further down than I'm used to seeing them. We'll see them maybe not so hot in qualifying pace. I'm sure we'll see them come alive during the race as they always do. But
Talking of which, I am just going to pop out. I might be back.
There you go, there goes Ed. Ed is one of the drivers for the number 2 car, so can't blame him for getting out. Ryan, hello. I've never spoken to you before. I'm Jimmy. How you doing? So you were around for the first round, of course. The difference between that round and this round is there was no GNS car in that one. Currently sitting in second place on our grid at the moment. So how are you liking the differences here between the Nissans and the other cars on circuit?
Well, I have to say I absolutely love the Nissan. I think it's a beautiful looking car, and I love the retro Nissan livery that's on it. But yeah, that's that over and done with. But the Porsche is definitely, rear wheel drive versus front wheel drive. It's going to be interesting. But obviously with the front wheel drive cars, one would assume that the front tyres could take somewhat of a beating compared to what the Porsche will be getting.
That is a correct assumption. I'll tell you that now as they make their way through Maggotts and Beckett's. And something we should talk about, of course, is that tyre wear. Let's see what starting tyres people are on, shall we? Risto Capit looks like it's on the hard tyre from what I can see. Trying to get a better angle on that because my cameras are awful. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people opting to start on the harder compound here, looking to maybe double or triple stint if possible. Actually looking like Nate might be on the soft tyre, I think there. So Nate opting to go for a softer tyre for the start of the race, so that could be interesting. Look how close Oscar is to the back of Furman there, just trying to really psych him out. Back in your P2 field, it's Philip Harkos leading off. I'd imagine he's probably going to pull back a little bit from Cosimo Straponi, who's currently the back of the P1 field. Usually we have a little bit of a gap between classes. Let's see if they do back off a little bit. And of course we have Arne Schoonvliet leading your GT field, but coming up to the start of the race now, and these first couple of laps are going to be pretty important how the race pans out. Obviously, bear in mind that track position at the start of the race isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all, of course, but being in clean air is always helpful coming round to through Stowe now. Sorry, and it's green flag, I believe, out of the second to last corner, which is the tight one coming up here. So we'll go with Bristow Capit now, looking at him coming through, preparing to start the 8 hours of Silverstone on board that Porsche there. Nate Lupson right up behind him. I don't qualifying lap, so no doubt no pass in the race. And there goes Bristow. Gets a little bit of a jump at the start there, and away we go for the 8 hours of Silverstone here at VEC. Bristow Capit making a very nice clean getaway. Nicky Jakovic score absolutely napping there. Looks like Martin Furman actually hasn't gone. Looks like they've gone. No, have they jumped the start there? So it looks like Nate's made a mistake straight away and gone off. Looks like Nate sort of followed Ristow's lead there, and Bristow Capit going too fast to start. Maybe not actually not expecting to go so fast then, but the top three are pulled away there now. So Nathaniel Lupson going off, but second place, Bristow Capit in first. We'll see if anything happens there in terms of penalties or not. Nicky Jakovic third. Martin Furman left behind, of course. He actually went when the race was meant to go, so good on Martin for keeping that in check there. Oscar Hardwick fifth place at the moment in the magenta car. Down in the P2 field, Philip Parkos gets a nice start away from Jake Hall behind him. So a good start from those guys there, nice and clean. See if we get on the GT field as well. I'll have a look at GT field and we'll continue.
Yeah, and Jakovic looking to be quite close to the back of the Nissan, where Capit has left these two, and everyone else, supposedly caught napping if they did go at the right time, but. Potentially, if these guys do get some form of penalty, then where Hardwick is, Furman is at the moment, he'll be laughing.
Yeah, I do wonder what's going to happen there. I'm sure we'll see in a minute. There you go. There's a drive-through penalty assigned to the top three cars for jumping the start there. Bristow Capit leading them for way. Obviously Nate Lutson and Nicky Jakovic following off. Of course, no excuses for those guys. You have to sort of go. You have to read the rules in that case, and it seems they haven't done that, which is a big shame. So penalty for the top three cars already, which is going to throw the rest into. That's going to put Martin Furman into the lead, with Oscar Hardwick defending hard from Yuri Kastop in the Revolution Racing prototype there. So that's a big development before we even started.
Yes, for definite, and I'm going to be very interested to see how these current three leaders are going to manage to pick their way back through the field. Will we be seeing them fighting at the top towards the end of the race? I probably think so, but yeah, this is definitely a very interesting development.
Seems like it's just going to be a drive-through penalty for them, so it's not going to be a stop and go, which is handy because stop and go loses a lot more time, but it will put them back into the prototype field, if not the GT field. So it's just a matter of now when they're going to serve these penalties, of course. Now, drive-through penalty means no work to be done on the car. You don't actually stop in the pit stall, you just drive through it, as the name implies. So Bristow Capit now coming on the hangar straight. Let's see if he takes this straight away or before he goes or not.
I think he's going to have to see whether or not he feels he can pull the gap out, but for something so early in the race, I'd just go straight away, to be honest.
So yeah, Bristow into the pits. Nate doesn't choose to take it now, choose to do another lap. I think what he's trying to do is make a bigger gap as possible to the prototypes behind. I think you have 3 laps from memory to serve a penalty. So what he's going to do is go as fast as he can, try and get ahead of all the prototypes who he's going to fall back into, and then not try and get caught in any traffic at all. So maybe a wise decision by Nate here, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, and he's pulling away from Jakovic. He's by some margin he has over the course of 1 lap. So by thinking, was the penalty given before they passed the pit lane the first time or after the pit lane the first time round? I'm not quite sure on that one, but I think he's got best part of either he's got to come in at the end of this lap or the lap after, but I believe he'd go to stop him from getting undercut if that ever happens.
So
I'd go
Nate
now.
is going to stay out as long as possible, I imagine here, and if Coyne is listening and I'm part of this GNS team, Nate is going to stay out as long as possible. Alright? Little casual nod there. He's currently leading the race. It's probably at least he'll have a couple of laps led there under the GNS banner. He's pulling away from Nicky Jakovic as well, so very fast. Nate is really trying to make up as much time as possible on the field behind him. Bear in mind the gap now to Martin Furman's 8 seconds, so as much of a gap as Nate can make up as possible. He will lose about 20 or so seconds coming through the pit lane, maybe even a bit more than that. But this gap at the moment will put him just at the back of the. It'll actually put him just in front of Cosimo Straponi if it's 20 seconds. We'll see what he does. He's going to come in now. Nate peels into the pits. What does Nicky Jakovic do? Does Nicky Jakovic go again? He does. Nicky Jakovic probably doing the better thing there to try and get himself out of the traffic. Nate into the pits. Nicky Jakovic now leading our race provisionally, but it will be Martin Furman once they come in as well. Oscar Harpert looking very feisty in that magenta car. We would have thought the Nissan would have maybe pulled off a little bit now, but still looking very quick, and he will be inheriting second position very soon, which is much more than he would have hoped for at the start of this race. Anyway, let's take our eyes away from the P1s for a second and have a look back at the P2 field. Looking pretty spread out in the top three so far. Nicholas Hillebrands has dropped down back to 4th place under quite a bit of pressure now from John Davies in that Kaspersky number 56 car, I think it is. Let's see what John Davis can do here. I've not seen much of his racing. I know Nick Hillebrand's a bit of an old hand with endurance racing, so it'll be pretty hard to rile. But of course, saying that, he's already lost one position from the start. It's already dropped down to 4th, so maybe not a great start from Nick.
No, and just looking back through the field, Capet is in 8th position, where your man in the Nissan has came out in front of him in 7th.
There you go. So I think Nate may be managing to keep the tyres alive a little bit longer, but very importantly, he's come out ahead of the DHR car of Adam Hodgkinson, which is something I didn't really recommend, and now he's closing in on number 6 DHR. So not actually that big of an issue there for the cars ahead. I think that's probably a fair penalty given the fact that they were obviously at the start of the field. Now they're deep into the P1 field, so obviously not really made up any time now. The thing to watch, or the person to watch now, will be Nicky Jakovic, he's just encountered a bit of GT traffic. That is interesting. So maybe he might have hit some GT traffic that might have slowed him up, but he's coming into the pits now. I can see in the background the prototype. There's Oscar. I think Nicky Jakovic is going to lose out big time here. I think Nate has actually managed to come in at the right time. Not sure if that's on purpose or not, but we'll see. So here is Adam, Nate Lupson, just watching him come through the pits now. Nicky Jakovic still rolling. Yeah, some people coming in for penalties from the last round. That's what that's for, just to let you guys know. Oliver Vortin and Sean Campbell. Nicky Jakovic out. He's behind Nate. He's behind Risto Capet as well. So he's lost out big time there on that. So he's gone from being second in this little group to 3rd, with Nate still holding off this little penalty group as now they've been come to know. Martin Furman leading the race, starting to encounter a bit of GT traffic. Now this is where we're going to see the GTR come into its own. It's got that straight line speed, that punch to get past in a straight line. Let's see what Oscar's doing now, very close to the back of Furman. This is your battle for the lead in P1 at the moment, so let's get our eyes on that. Coming up to the GT field in only a matter of laps. Just go and show the pace difference here between the GTs and the prototypes as Furman comes across. I think that's a Revolution, no, sorry, it's a Sim Racing for Holland car there. And now this is where it's going to be interesting. I want to see on board from Oscar Harville. I want to watch on board coming through Cops. Now, see, they're both getting held up. This will be Oscar passed. I guarantee Oscar will pass it. He'll go past Furman before we get to Mags and Beckett's. He's got that pace. There he goes. Oh, Furman comes across. Cuts across the nose of Oscar Harpert there. Very aggressive. That was a block if I've ever seen one. I'll be interested to see what the stewards think of that.
They definitely touched by the looks of things.
Yeah, that was Martin Furman moving across as if Oscar Harwick did not exist, and now we're going to see Oscar Harwick just blast past, I think, up the inside. Just going to have a look at the outside. This is going to be interesting because that Nissan has no performance around the outside. There you go, drops him back behind Furman. Ooh, that was very interesting defending by Furman there. I'm not sure if it's worth defending that hard at the start of the race, but of course I'm not in the car. Nate Lupson is past Kieran Parkin up to 5th place, so a good. He's back into the swing of things quite quickly. Let's see this thing. Oh, Oscar getting held up behind a GT there as Furman goes very wide. He would have got an off-track penalty for that, a warning. 3 warnings and it's a drive-through, so that's 1 down for Furman already. And oh, Borja Milan, Eurocastle, side by side, balls around. Nate just about. Oh, my heart went to my mouth there, and Nathaniel just about misses the spinning Borja Milan, and that is unfortunately a contact between the two. But that GNS Nissan is looking very fast at the start of this race.
Yeah, as the leaders again getting stuck up behind some of the GT cars, and the Nissan, does that look to be pulling alongside? Is he going to go out around the outside? No, he hasn't got the grip in through the cornering.
And let's keep in mind, guys, that these Nissans do have the top speed advantage here, so any sort of straight line side by side, Nissan will win that fight. It's through the corners that Nissan struggles the most. You're seeing that here now, through with our top two as Furman. Oh, one of the GT cars getting very wide there. That would have picked up a little off-track penalty for that as well, or off-track warning anyway.
I'm wondering what if he can't get past through Maggots and Beckett's, what it's going to be like along the Hangar Straight.
Well, watch this. Watch this now. We'll go on board with Oscar Hardwick, a Revolution car. He will just blast past. There's absolutely nothing Furman can do about this. Although he's coming across to almost block Hardwick there. That's the second reactionary move we've seen from Furman so far. If I was a steward, I'd be throwing the book at him at the moment. But there you go. Oscar Hardwick passed down the straight there. And that is a magenta Nissan leading this race at the moment, which is outstanding considering the attitude they had coming into this race. They did not feel very confident at all. I've spoken to the drivers, and seeing Oscar leading is fantastic. More importantly, Nate Lupson up into third place. He's chasing down Furman and Hardwick.
Yeah, and Thurman got a handful of oversteer going through Maggots and Beckett, so that would have certainly killed any momentum going onto the Hangar Straight.
Very easy to do there when you're pushing, very easy to get these cars loose. Of course, these rear-wheel drive biased four-wheel drive cars here, they do have a tendency to drift out there. Just looking down your GT field now, Arn Schoenweit leading the field at the moment, with Nuno Pinto behind. Not that many close battles back here at the moment. The closest we've got so far at the moment is between third and fourth, between Porty and Van Doren in that very orange liveried SRVN car, getting overtaken by some of our prototype traffic there. That is the 1ACO car, or the Taco car as it's affectionately been known so far. There you go. Peter Grau and the 3Y car being split by, I think that's Nicky Jakovic there, Daniel Melbeck having a little battle as well. Seems to be business as usual for a lot of these cars, just getting into the swing of things as the race starts. You see we've had no one seemed to have had any issues so far. A couple of our penalty takers, of course, Sean Campbell and Olivia 14 down at the back of the field, but they aren't in any sort of issues at the moment. Just a heads up, I can't actually see my chat at the moment. I seem to have got rid of my chat somehow. I have no idea how to bring it back. Someone please tell me.
And again on the Hangar Straight, it's incredibly close between the leaders, but obviously that Nissan with the power down the Hangar Straight just breezing away from Furman.
I need to restart my team speak 2 seconds. Take it away, Ryan.
Yeah, it's currently looking at the leaders, and you can see where Furman catches up through the corners, but then the moment we get onto any sort of straight, Hardwick just pulls away with that almighty power with the front wheel drive Nissan. But again, coming through the corners, Fulham catching, but then he's going to lose it all over again, coming down into Luffield.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to work out technology, not going too well there. So, at the moment, your leaders, Oscar Hardwick leads from Martin Furman in the 3Y car, and that's our P1s at the moment. Nathaniel Lopson managing to come back up to third place after his start there in the penalty. Yuri Kastorp in fourth place, Kieran Park in fifth. Adam Hodgkins was sixth. What has happened to Nicky Jakovic? He's down to 10th place.
Down to 10th, yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry that we missed that. Of course, I was just out of sorts for a little bit there. But Nicky Jakovic taking a bit of a blow at the start of the race. There may be a spin, hard to say, but he's now 8 seconds behind Borja Milan in 9th place. So he's taken a bit of a tumble there. Risto Capit, of course, our joint pole sitter in 7th place at the moment. Down in P2, it's still Philip Arcos leading from Jake Hall. Jake Hall quite close to Philip Arcos, not a big gap there. They make their way through the GTs. Oh, Jake Hall getting squeezed there by one of the GTs. Not quite seeing him coming in the mirror there. That would have slowed him up big time, and I'm sure Jake Hall would have had a bit of a A bit of a clench there in the P2 car, but he seems to not be damaged, or I think that's all that matters, but he lost a little bit of time there to the car in front.
Meanwhile, have you noticed who's in third and catching up the lead too?
Nate?
Yeah.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that. Nate Lupson is out at the moment, seems to be on a faster strategy at the moment than these guys at this stage anyway. Oscar Harwick still leading the race. That's laps led for Magenta, so fantastic job by them. I was just watching this duel here between Jake Cole and Vincenzo Capella, because that issue there of Jake Cole is putting him back into the clutches of Vincenzo. He's looking very fast. Going to back out of it though, coming up to Stowe. He isn't going to try and make any move here. I think he's got a GT car on his inside, very wide there through Stowe, but he's there nonetheless. This is your battle for second place in your P2 category. Will Vincenzo go up the inside of the Corvette? Yes, he does. He goes up the inside of the fat line Corvette there. But now he's on the outside of the Corvette. He wasn't going to give him the line at all, so maybe you can argue that wasn't a very clever move there by Vincenzo, but now he's lost time. And that is the nature of endurance racing. Very easy to ebb and flow in traffic here and to lose out a little bit of time if you aren't careful.
Yeah, luckily this is one of the longer circuits they'll be going to, and so my thoughts would be that the back markers wouldn't be as bad as when they were at Indy, where the circuit's a bit more compact and it was just back marker after back marker after back marker, and there wasn't really much of a breather between them.
I'd like to remind people back in Season 7 that we went to Mid-Ohio as a race. That was a very interesting multi-class race, but we won't talk about it now. We'll focus on where we are now.
Awesome circuit.
Good circuit for sprint racing, not so much for endurance racing, but I had fun there anyway. But Harwick's still leading your P1 in that Magenta. Let's go on board with Martin Furman quick if the cameraman is listening, and we'll have a quick look and just see that straight line speed difference between the Audi here and the Nissan. Look, Nissan just pulling away in a straight line there, putting that glorious Nippon power to good use, but then we'll get to a corner and look how much Martin Furman has closed up again. So much faster through the corners is this Audi and the Porsche. It's really interesting to see these cars race so close together, of course. Bear in mind they are completely different machines with completely different drivetrains and ways of delivering their power, and of course very different setups, and yet they're racing so well here today as Harvick goes around the outside of a P2. Looks like Thurman's going to have to wait though. And this is something that people have been talking about in terms of advantage for the GTR. It has that punch in traffic. It allows it to get past traffic a little bit quicker, but it isn't going to help it here. I just come up to a gaggle of GT cars. Again, Harvick having to go down. Oh, Thurman's going to go around the outside. Is he? No, he's not. I thought he was going to go around the outside. Everyone there is the satellite racing GT there getting a little bit loose. I wonder how much practice has been in that car today, because I've heard rumours of these guys turning up with not much practice, but we'll hopefully that isn't the case at all. I don't like to see that in this league. Here comes Nate coming through the cars now. Let's see how he gets through the cars. He's going to have to wait for the satellite car to take its line. And through on the inside. Nice and easy there, but of course, like I said, traffic does ebb and flow. Bear in mind, of course, that sometimes some people will lose time, some people will gain time, some places, sorry. So we're going to end up having gaps fluctuate a little bit. The gap from Nate to the guys in front is just under 4 seconds now. That's down from about 6 seconds. So he is catching slowly, of course, but this traffic isn't helping as Furman goes up the inside very nicely of Sean Campbell in a champion racing car. Obviously they're towards the back of their field at the moment due to a penalty at the start, but working their way back through the GT traffic now for position. Hopefully by the time this race gets into full swing, they'll be back fighting within their own class. Meanwhile, a bit further down in your prototype, we have the DHR cars, 5 and 6, 5th and 6, sorry, the number 2 and number 3 car. Doing a pretty good job staying out of trouble right now. Risto Capit though, looking very fast at the start of the race, sort of stuck in 7th place. I'm not able to progress at all, which is quite interesting for our point of view anyway. I was thinking maybe they'll be just a little bit quicker at the start of the race, but at the moment, behind this DHR car, working their way through traffic as well. And that Porsche, we've said before how the Porsche has a little bit of more punch out of the corner. Maybe not, doesn't have more power, just has better traction out of the corner, whereas the Audi may be slightly quicker through the faster corners. I think it's super interesting. Obviously, you guys can weigh in on this in the chat if you want. Now we have 3 different prototypes in P1 that all have different characteristics and yet can race so closely together.
Yeah, and this battle, it seems that Capit is stuck. Although they're behind this Porsche here, he thankfully gets out of the way through Max and Beckett's onto the hangar straight, and they're pretty much still right glued together as they come down into Stowe, I believe. And Capit, for his early pace, like you already said, he's struggling through the traffic.
Maybe not quite sat up there as Kieran Parkin getting caught behind the flatline car there. Him and Yuri Kastorp in that Revolution Racing R18 are quite close as well, as Kieran goes up the inside of the SRVN Ferrari. Very recognisable there in that bright orange livery. If you're asking me, I think a Ferrari should be red and that's it, but
yeah, definitely.
That's my very biased opinion there. As again, Kieran looking very feisty. We said that Kieran's one of these drivers to watch out for at the start of the race. He's very good at getting the most out of a car, especially on a high fuel load. And at the moment, he's really harrying Yuri Kastorp. This is for 4th place in your P1 class at the moment. And the GTs, of course, having their own battle. They're more than entitled to be there and be not in the way, of course, but taking their line. But that's one of the difficult things about being a GT driver. Is you have to have your battle at the same time as constantly looking in your mirrors to make sure you don't have any contact with anybody else.
Yeah, it's got to be very stressful for them. It's well, I think I'd definitely fail at it with having to multitask with taking the right line, getting the correct braking position. Is there something approaching me very quickly? Because obviously, compared to them, you see the LMP1 car in the background, and within seconds, it's right on you.
Yeah, you always have to look in your mirrors. They always have to be aware. Speaking of that note, carving through the traffic is Nate Lupson. He's closed up big time on Martin Thurman. He's actually dropped back from Harwick. Harwick has about a 3-second lead at the moment, so a good run at the start of the race for Harwick on those soft tyres. Both the DTR and Nissan's on the soft compound at the moment, so expect them to be that a little bit quicker, but of course they will lose time in the pit stop over people double stinking their tyres, so that'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the course of the race as Nate goes up the inside there of a P2 going into turn 3. Sorry if I'm keeping an eye on obviously the GNS car a bit much. It is my car. I don't mean to keep going back to it, of course, but I'm going to be keeping one eye on it because it's my baby. Meanwhile, Adam Hodgkinson, he's still defending from Risto Capit, unable to find a way through, and Yuri Kastorp has put out a little bit of a gap to Kieran Parkin. Niki Jakovic, one of the casualties at the start of the race, really struggling, 24 seconds down the leader right now, with only 25 minutes elapsed at the moment, and he's having a hard time through traffic at the moment. I think I'm not quite sure what happened. I think he might have had to spin somewhere. That's sort of indicative of his pace there. But Risto's only 3 seconds up the road, so both the people who've had their drive-through penalties are actually struggling a bit here. And Nissan, of course, on the softer compound, managing to make it work a bit better. But both these guys struggling a little bit.
Has he managed to put a bit more damage into his, a bit more wear into his tyres? You know, because the rate that he has managed to catch up to the League 2, I sort of do wonder how's that going to do for him later on in the race.
Oh, I'm being told here by Adam Taylor, Niki Jakovic's teammate, that they had another drive-through. So maybe speeding in the pit lane for Niki Jakovic there. That'll be my guess. But he has overtaken Borja Milan in that traffic there, that little gaggle there. He managed to get through past Borja, so he is still gaining places. He's still moving forward, and that is what he'll be focusing on at this point.
That's one thing. One thing that I took away from the race at Indy was the fact that Jakovic, when he's got clean air, he's just on fire. How quick he is, but he struggles and becomes somewhat a bit flustered when it comes to going past or going through traffic, especially when he's put under pressure of having to pass or be overtaken by other cars.
And we've got just looking at our P2 field, giving an update on that. Philip Harcourt's putting about a 10-second gap now over Jake Hall, so Philip Harcourt's really putting the hammer down there. And guys, he is on the gamepad, so just take that in when you see that gap there. Back in your GT field as well, it's Schumvliet, Pinto and Van Doren in your top 3. That SRVN car has moved up a little bit, of course, because of the penalty of Olivier Fortin. Alexandre Porti's 4th place. Sean Campbell, he's with the GTs at the moment. He's every GT he's overtaking is for position, and he's in the P2 champion car, so bear that in mind when watching that. A bit further down, just keep an eye on Thomas Jacobs. He's one of our camera cars, as I mentioned before. He's currently in 32nd position overall, which in class, if I get on my little timing here, let's find it. Oh man, this is difficult. Give me 2 seconds, I've got to get my timing up.
Yeah. So meanwhile, I am I'm fixed to this little battle with Djakovic because he's got Pizzo in front of him, and I believe. And the thing is, if he makes a mistake whilst trying to overtake, then from what Milan has been showing, in fact, he tried to on the old pit straight, is that if Djakovic makes a mistake, then he's going to be there to pick up the pieces.
He is, and Djakovic, of course, still make his way through traffic. I'm interested, of course, in the battle for what will be for second place as Martin Foehn makes his way past the second place P2 car there, driven by Jake Hall. Daniel Lobson caught behind. But these guys sort of running similar pace at the moment, which is very interesting considering the tyre compound as Martin Foehn is on the harder tyre and Nate on the softer tyre, so Nate should be going faster. Of course, we know that this tends to drop off over the course of a stint due to the tyre wear on the front end, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Thomas Jacobs, by the way, he's currently running 11th in class, so he's actually down a position. He started 10th, so that might have been Yuri Jusin in front of him, who's in the what car is that? It is the SRVN car, another SRVN car. So two of those in your GT field, two in the top 10, one's in third, one's in second. So good job from them so far. I guess our casualty so far has been Matt Strand. He's fallen off the back of the GT field here. There is another car behind him, Thomas Behar in the Porsche, in the Northern Light car. Not quite the pace we're used to seeing from Thomas at the moment. He's currently our last GT car, and behind them is Olivier Fortin. Sorry, he's our last GT car. He's about a lap down or so with a stop-go penalty, so he rounds off our field. But no retirement so far, which is very nice. We tend to have a couple of retirements at the start of the race for whatever reason, but nothing so far, which is good to see. All 40 cars still running around, still in the race.
Yeah, and it's very much similar to Indy. It wasn't until we started to get further on into the race where potentially fatigue started to come into play that we started to see some mistakes being made, and we've seen some horrendous accidents on the start-finish straight in Indy, and I very much hope we don't see any of that today.
I'm sure we won't here. The only danger zone I think we may see is coming through that turn 1. The cars try and go side by side.
Potentially Maggots and Beckett's. We've seen quite a few people getting it sideways going through there, which you very don't want to have.
Definitely not, and we've seen that a lot in our rear-wheel, our Porsches and our Audis, our rear-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, but no, our rear-wheel bias four-wheel drive. I'll get that right soon. Of course, having that the slides out of there as I think just sliding their way through past Philip Harkos now, our P2 leader. And that's a good idea to show you just the difference in speed between the P1 and the P2 car on Nissan anyway. Nissan will blast past. The thing is though, some of the P2 cars are running about 280 k's in a straight line, and then you compare that to the Porsche and Audi who do about 288, 289 in a straight line, maybe even a bit slower than that. It's actually pretty difficult to pass these P2s if you're in a P1 car in a straight line. You have to make sure you've got a good run out of it, or you're sort of left wanting. Oh, we got a slow car. We do have a slow car. Who is that? Just on the pit straight, I just saw it for a second. It's a P2 car. It's Nick Newcomb. Nick Newcomb's had an incident somewhere. I've not seen what's happened now. See if I can do a quick replay of that.
There appears to be some sort of front splitter or spoiler of a car on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, it's his front end. He's round the outside of the SRVN car, and he's ahead at this point. SRVN car drifts to the outside, turns him round into the wall, and that is Nick Newcomb without a front end. That's going to be a long repair. Code 80 coming out now, so this is going to really throw the strategy up in the air. I wonder now, people closer to the pits are going to be benefiting it from the most. Let's see who's there.
Are we going to be seeing anyone taking an opportunistic pit stop?
I don't know, it's an interesting one. All the P1 cars I've just seen are past the pit stop, so the nearest person to the pit stop right now is Oscar Harwick in the leading Nissan, and I can see both him, Martin Foehn and Nate Lutzen are on the same bit of tarmac right now, so they're very close. So whatever happens after this, they're going to close up again. I'm wondering now if it's worth the pit stop. I think probably for now it probably isn't, to be honest. If you're on the hard tyre you won't come in, I don't think. because you're trying to make that double stint work, of course. But we'll see. It's up to the drivers. I would love to go and help out Nate and Coin, who are both my drivers here. But Coin is a wizard with working out whether someone's going to be faster or not. So I'm sure he's got all the Nate's got all the help he needs back there. Code 8, ladies and gentlemen, comes into play when there's an incident on track and we need to be slow. We need to go around. So let's keep an eye. Where is Nick Newcomb? Because we'll basically stay to Code 80 until he comes in the pits. He is just coming through cops now, so he's behind our P1s. So it might benefit the P1s in front of Nick to come in at this point. It's a very hard one to say. Grab a new pair of softs, fill up the tank and go. But actually, I don't know. It's a hard one to judge. I'm glad I'm not there right now because I'll be sort of trying to work it out. And of course, that can all be thrown into disarray again if there's another Code 80 as a start. That's when you're most likely to get another Code 80 as a start, when people are trying to get back up to speed again. But once you're going around the circuit at a certain speed, going on the pit limiter makes you feel dirty. I'm not quite sure what the hell Furman was doing there. And he came across to swipe Nate. No idea what that was about. Again, probably something that'll be reported to the stewards after the race, because there's a couple of times now Furman's been using his car as a battering ram, and that's not something we like to see in VEC. We like to see fair driving. Let's see now. So let's see what Oscar does. Oscar's coming around. He's our lead prototype driver. Will he come in, take a new set of softs, or will he continue around? He is going to continue. What's Furman going to do? Furman's coming in. So Furman's going to come in and take a new set of tyres. Nate isn't as well. So of our top three, one person's pitted. Martin Furman second has come into the pits. Where is Nick Newcomb? That's the important thing now. Where is Nick? Oh, we do have retirement. We have another retirement, sorry. A girl, Barros in the other Revolution car, showing with an engine-based retirement there. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and obviously the pit lane entry cuts out the last couple of corners, so actually getting to the end of this lap, Furman was actually leading.
Nick Newcomb's in the pits now, so I'm wondering why we're still on the Code 80 at this point. We'll see. A couple of drivers making their stops. Being told we tend to have a lap of Code 80 before it goes in there. So Furman makes a stop, comes back out. Castorp doing the same, so is Kieran Parkin. Adam Hodgson in the pits. So Furman comes back out in third place, having not really lost any time at all. So a good strategy call there by Furman. He would have gained some time on the car in front there and be on the fresh, hard tyres, would give him a bit more speed.
Yeah, and for Hardwick and Nate, it's I don't really understand. As we're going back to green in 10 seconds, so
you have to bear in mind that Hardwick and Nate are both on soft compound tyres. They're on different strategies to everybody else, so we'll see how that pans out, I suppose. But interesting nonetheless as we get back up to racing speed. Furman there, for what he's lost in terms of time, which is pretty much nothing. He's lost about 5 seconds on track. He's gained a lot. I would have thought there that maybe we should, the prototypes at the front should have come in. But they've got strategies they're sticking to. Maybe that'll work out as time goes on, but we'll wait and see, I suppose. We've got a long time left in this motor race, only 36 minutes down. Both Yuri Kastorp and Kieran Parkin opting to pit in as well, as well as Risto Capit. So a lot of the field coming in for pit stops. Niki Jakovic up to 7th place after that. So he's gained a couple of places there. Adam Hodgkinson, I think, getting caught in the pits at the end. I think Adam was a loser there. He came in a little bit too late, unfortunately, and got caught at the end of the stop. But still time and fuel gauge that will not be gained, that will not be made under a green flag, so we will see.
And this is going to be an interesting battle for first position. It's both Nissans, so it's all down to driver technique and not partially down to the car, so this was going to hopefully be a great ding-dong battle.
We will see. Of course, both Nissans, a bit of a camaraderie between the two. They both suffer equally, the drivers, so see how that pans out, I suppose. Both Nate and Oscar very fast in this car, both on one soft as well, so it's pretty much an equal battle. And of course, because they're both Nissans, you won't just see one car blow past in a straight line. It's going to have to, the move's going to have to be made at the end of a straight somewhere. So
yeah, they're ever so close as they are now starting to approach Luffield. A few, again, back markers to contend with.
Very close to two of them though. Nose to tail, which is going to be the way of things. I think at this point.
It seems for Loopson that it's not going to be a matter of if, it's going to be a matter of when. By the body language he's showing off behind Hardwick.
Yeah, Nate Lupson, of course. Both drivers of these cars are aware they are in an 8-hour endurance race. There will be no rash moves, or so I hope so anyway. Nate will have the slipstream of the car in front, but it won't matter too much because both cars very fast straight line. I think even so that the Magenta car is even faster in a straight line than the GNS car, which is very interesting. It's weird having a car pull away from you, so maybe a bit more downforce in the GNS car than the Magenta car. It's a very interesting thing. Oh, as Nate nearly runs into the back of a P2 car, they're very scary on board, coming through the last part of the course now. Both cars nose to tail. They'll be pitting us at similar times as well, so that'll be interesting to see who can make the fuel last longer.
Nate getting it, very squirrely, trying to back it down into the that final chicane section before they go onto the main start-finish straight. It's cost him a tiny bit of time, but nothing too substantial.
Don't worry about time being lost in gain in traffic. That is the way of things. Martin Thurman currently 10 seconds behind these guys at the moment, so dropped off a bit with his pit stop. The car's a bit heavier now, so I sort of expect that to happen. But no worries there at all, as I believe just making their way past one of the flatline cars, I believe that is, sorry. That's not a flatline car, it's another Corvette. I'll have to... I think that's the team... that's the Team Dark team Corvette. So only one retirement so far, ladies and gentlemen. That is the second Revolution car, Barros, blown engine. His downside, which is a big shame for that team. Nick Newcomb in the pits at the moment from the damage. He caused the Co's 80 having a spin out the last corner. So he'll be looking to come back through the field, but that's going to be a long repair for him, probably one of the old 20-minute repairs, so don't expect to see him out anytime soon. Yuri Kazdorp in 4th, Bristol Capit up to 5th place, so he seemed to benefit a little bit there. Jakovic is in 7th place behind Kieran Parkin at the moment, so that'll be an interesting fight once that starts hotting up a little bit. And Borja Milan and Adam Hodgkinson also 3 seconds apart from each other, but Hodge seeming to pull away a little bit at that point. Philip Harcourt still has quite a gap to Jake Hall. It's getting up to about 15 seconds now as Philip Harcourt makes his way through the traffic at Maggers and Beckett, so a very good start to the race from him. John Davis, though, he rounds out the top 3 in that Kaspersky liveried P2 there, so again a good start for the race from those guys. Hillebrand probably the loser from the top 3. He's down into 5th place now, although he's looking all over the back of Vincenzo Capella. Let's see if we can get a camera on this, shall we, because both these P2s are really vying for position at the moment. Hillebrand looking very aggressive, just looking all over the back on the exit of Cox. So we'll go looking back now from Capella. You can see that magenta livery car. We've got the 1ACO car in there as well, so that's going to be coming into the mix. Looks like that Capella has a little bit more top speed, but Hillebrand closes up massively in the braking, just has more confidence in the car under the brakes, it seems. Still looking back at the moment from Capella, and then you can just see the different braking points here. Hillebrand's just a couple of metres later each corner than Capella is, just allowing him to pull up. I'm not quite sure about strategy in the P2s. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing any double or triple stinting of tyres or anything like that at all, as Capella again is held up a little bit by a GT car. Look how close Hillebrand is. You can almost reach out and touch the nose of that Magenta Warriors car there, but oh, contact! Hillebrand hits the that's Olivier Fulton, the Atlantic car, then going through T1, just a bump on the side there, but enough definitely to upset the two of them, I think, and probably make the Corvette have a little bit of a wince there. So Hillebrand maybe just being a little bit too aggressive right now, is again trying to go on the outside of a Corvette there at the loop. Not somebody trying to do that, losing a bit of time. I think maybe Hillebrand just to sort of, appreciate he's going to lose time there and not push as hard. But both these guys still fighting hard. This is your battle for 4th place in your P2 class.
Yes, certainly an entertaining battle, and potentially a change of underwear after that incident.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the Oscar Harwick, Nate Lupson battle still going on. Nate falling back a little bit from Oscar now, as Nate is held up through T1 by a GT. This could be a chance for Nate if he's feeling brave, but I don't think he's going to be doing anything silly like that. So that's all okay there.
We look through, Jakovic is now up to 6th, he's past Parkin.
Just seeing if we can get our cameras transferred here. Not quite sure who we're on at the moment, but our cameraman is stepping away for a couple of seconds. There we have it up. I'll work the cameras if you don't mind, dude. Who are we with now? Well, we'll take you to this battle at the front now. We'll go on board with Nate Lutz, and hopefully we'll get a nice on board of that, or a camera of that anyway. So we should be now on board now with Nate. This is the view here from the front of the GTR LM. So coming back onto traffic now, there's a Corvette involved there. Oh, both cars getting slowed up massively. Not quite expecting the car to be quite so slow through the chapel there. I think that was even slow for a GT through there. I think that maybe they got a little bit spooked there by the fact of two GTRs coming up very close to them. But both cars losing a bit of time through there. Furman is dropping back now 15 seconds behind these guys. So he's a little bit further back at this point. Obviously a heavier car now. With that pit stop coming into play. Let's have a look at our GT leader, Suzanne Schimbleit. Being very calm and collected so far. This is a very this is pretty much what we expect from Arlen at this point. He's one of these drivers who go out there and just do laps till the cows come home, and at the moment putting up a nice little lead on the car behind. That's Nuno Pinto in the dark racing car. So gap to Nuno Pinto, just to get this up for you guys, is about 10 seconds it seems here. Oh, sorry, 2 seconds actually. I'm just trying to get... No, it is 10 seconds, excuse me. I'm trying to understand this live time at the moment. It's about 10-second gap between your GT leader and the second place. The gap behind them is a little bit closer though. It's about 2 seconds. That's between Van Doren and Nuno Pinto. Van Doren's had a really nice start to the race so far. I think he started a bit further down. He started, I think, in 5th or 6th place from memory. I'm really bad at remembering things, unfortunately, but he's come back up nicely. And who can not like the big smile on the front of that Ferrari there? See, I say quite a scary smile of those headlights as well, but it's coming to try and attack that Nuno Pinto car in front of him. So these guys are looking feisty. But your top three covered by just over 13 seconds at the moment as we get into the 45th minute of running at this point. Still at the front of your prototype field, we still have Philip Arcos. He's still running very well in the what car are they? The Atlantic P2. So everyone running well there. So he's 12th overall at the moment. And interestingly enough, he still hasn't been lapped yet by a couple of our P1s. So let's just go show the pace of him at the moment. He's on his own there in terms of pace. Jake Hall. That's about as near as you're going to come to him, unfortunately. Jake Hall was about 20 seconds behind now, just not able to match the pace of that gamepad there. The thumbs obviously flying across the analog sticks for Philip Arcos, showing us all how it's done. It's embarrassing, the guys out there.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, at the rate and amount of man hours on that controller, I wonder how much, well, where it goes into it, because well, I definitely find it challenging to use the controller on the likes of R Factor. I think I used the controller and thought I got to switch to wheel straight away, and the fact that some people have gone wheel and then switched to pad and gone faster is I can't really get my head around that.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not going to try and think about it because my brain will probably explode. And the more you think about enough things as it is of all this commentary and cameras, this reminds me back in the day. I did the season 6 commentary with my good friend Matt Lone at Grip TV, and that was all a matter of just having loads of things open at once. It was a pretty fun experience, but I won't talk about that too much as we get back into the race. Just watching Hodgkinson. He's currently running in 10th place. Let's get a camera on him, shall we? And he's sort of fallen back a little bit from Borja Milan in that number 3 DHR car. The DHR car is quite distinct from each other. One's red, one's blue, or blue highlights I should say. And Adam Hodgkinson at the wheel of that one. Teammate, I think, of Nick Woodbury. From what I remember, I forget the DHR lineup. I'm sure I'll get Senor Bailey telling me in chat which ones belong to who. But I know Ed Trevelyan, Johnson, Kieran Parkin, and I think maybe Max drive the number 2 car. And Nick, Adam, and somebody else, I think, for the number 3. Very bad memory of me. I'm still making good progress. I mean, we talk about maybe falling back a little bit from Borja Milan, but this is a long race, and we've yet to even crack an 8th of this race yet. So we've still got a very, very long way to go. And I'm very interested to see that Nate is starting to fall back from Oscar Hardwick, considering that Oscar, again, not maybe having that much practice at this point. is still pulling away from Nate. For 2 seconds, I've got to very quickly answer a team question, if you don't mind, Ryan.
Alright, okay. As it looks to be Lazarus Philippakos, I believe from the lead of the P2 category, is pitting. That will mean that Hall, who is also coming into the pits, and well, majority of the LMP or the P2 field has Hall getting it sideways, trying to get down to that speed limiter, and from some experience from that thing, it's very scary when you're coming into the pit lanes and thinking, oh god, I don't think I'm going to get down to the speed limit quick enough, and then lock up the brakes in the process. But as I'm currently looking at the lead battle again between Nate and Oscar Hardwick, the lead gap as they go through the back markers is seeming to be ebbing and flowing. It was up to something like 2 to 2.4 seconds earlier. Now it's back down to 1.2 as they carve their way back through some GTs as they come into Luffield.
It's exactly what we expect to see at this point, of course. Both these guys sort of coming, sort of rubber banding to each other. We've got quite a few people in the pits now. We've got Philippakos in the pits, Jake Hall, Capella. We've got a driver change as well, I think. Who is that getting in the car? Give me a second and I'll tell you. We have Hillebrand in the pits as well, and I think, no, that isn't the driver change, my bad, sorry, people still coming in, a bit early for a driver change, but a couple of prototypes coming in now, so about 50 minutes or so for the P2s. This is with a code 80 as well, so maybe a little bit slower for those guys per pit stop, so not quite making it to the hour at the moment. The obviously the guys at the front of the field in the P1s, the Nissan, both Nissans haven't pitted yet. Furman has pitted though. Furman pitted on the code 80, and he stands to gain here when we do have a pit stop for the front two. Because he came in, I think it was just for maybe just a fuel though, just to fill up the fuel and then keep the hard rolling. So just a fuel stop from him. So the tyres will be wearing though, so he'll be running a little bit slower. But in the long game, I think he should be benefiting from his decision. He's 16 seconds off the lead now, so he's dropping back a little bit, but he. Not a consistent gap he's falling off. Jakovic is still sort of in the frame. He's in 5th place at the moment. We'll get the camera on him very quickly. He's currently working his way through traffic, as he will be pretty much for the entirety of this race. Last lap from Jakovic was a 43.2, so just to show the difference in traffic here, he's done a 40.7 a couple laps ago, so 2.5 seconds there. That's what traffic can do around here, and that's why you see some quite desperate moves in some of these drives in the prototypes, just trying not to lose that time, because once you get stuck behind a car at a certain part of the circuit, you're pretty much committed to losing X amount of seconds. So that's always a very interesting part of the race. Let's see if we can get camera on some of our P or some of our GT cars. Not giving him much of a mention, shall we? Let's go to Thomas Jacobs. Again, I mentioned him a couple of times before. He is either streaming or recording his stint in the GT. So always good to check in with him in that Flatline Racing Corvette. Still running 11th in class, I believe. No, I think he's up to 10th now. We did have Barros pit. Oh, sorry, he's still 11th. Apologies, gone.
I'd like to point out that Jan Davies is, I believe, leading the P2 class, as we have our leaders come into the pit lane. Who he's managed to undercut Philippakos, who got immensely held up by traffic on his outlap. So it looks to be that we have a new P2
Has John Davis
leader.
pitted?
Yeah, Jan Davis pitted.
Looks like he might have done, looking at his lap times there, but that is a very big, maybe a different strategy there, because I don't think that's an undercut. There's a whole straight between them and more. Let's see if he pulls into the pits here. No, yeah, he has. He's definitely gone round. Yeah, he's definitely had his pit stop. So I think maybe it's a different strategy there, as we have one of our prototypes come in. That was Daniel Pizzo in the GT Italia car. So now we're having our prototypes come in. Nate Lupson and Oscar Hardwick. That's very interesting there. Are they in the same box, or? They're side by side in the pit lane, they're doubling up. Now they're both being worked on, so no worries there at all. Let's just see who's got the faster pit crew. I imagine we'll see Oscar pull away first, but it looks like we're double stacking here at Silverstone, so hoping that you don't get in the way of anybody else. But who else have we got to get in? We've got Oscar Hardwick in, Risto Capit's coming in as well, he's in the pits. There he is there, we've got 4 prototypes in our frame. And there goes Capit there with the shorter stop. That there is a double stint of the tyres. That's the advantages they have. So now we're going to see where the GTRs actually are in the field, because they have to take tyres and fuel, not just fuel. So that's Capit out there. So he's ahead of our ex-leaders. So they're both away at the same time here. Who's it going to beat? Oh, Oscar gets away just ahead of Nate. Nate has to back out of it. You can't go side by side in this pit lane there. Oscar just getting out ahead of Nate, and that's this is going to be a rather it's going to go on for the entire race. But
I'm not so sure about that, because it seemed Nate had to get on the brakes to, and it seemed Nate was already into the fast lane, so I'm not 100% sure about that, because he did have to get on the brakes to let him through.
Well, we'll see if anything happens there at all. I don't think we will. But here is our leader, Martin Furman. He's done his stop pretty much. So he's had Niki Jakovic coming into the pits now for his stop. Bear in mind, he was 30 seconds or so behind the leaders at the point, so he's coming in now. I'm wondering how far back he's going to be at this point, but of course Furman has not stopped. Keep that in mind. The gap you want to keep an eye on is between the GTRs and everybody else, essentially, because they're running a completely different strategy. So when other people come in, the gap between Risto Capit and Oscar Hardwick is 15 seconds, and Risto was about 20 seconds behind, so there's that 35-40 second gap there made up. I think we'll probably see Oscar and Nate catch and pass Risto. Oscar's gone off. Nate is passed. I didn't see that. I'm going to have to get a quick replay of that. But Oscar coming off on the at the end of Magnussen Beckers. Let's get a replay of that quick. It just seems that he got loose there coming through. He got it went off on his own. It wasn't anything to do with Nate. Went off. I'm not sure if he's damaged or not. Looks like he caught the curb in a very weird way there. So he's gone round, so I assume he's okay. But that's the lead. That's the lead GTR battle lost now as Oscar moves behind of Nate. That's a interesting one. But that's what happens on cold tyres, though. When you have cold tyres, you try to go through Magnussen Beckers at the same speed. The rear tyres just can't hang on. You go flying off. So it's sad. So we are watching Oscar Hardwick right now making his way around, seemingly okay and undamaged. Just looking at the front of that end, I can't see anything missing from the front of that GTR. No, he's taking cops as normal, so no damage there from him, fortunately. I think he might have caught a curb or something.
So Furman is 20 seconds ahead of Kazdrop, and I believe, if memory serves me right, it seems at the moment my memory is that of a sieve. Didn't he pit during the Code 80?
Yeah, Furman did, yep, that's why he's at the top. I mean, we mentioned that earlier on, Furman having a stop during the Code 80 and therefore being out now, so he's out of sync with these guys. His tyres are probably going to be a little bit older when he gets to the end of his stint, so he might fall back a little bit there, but he's managed to gain a bit of time now. I'm currently just watching Risto Capit and Niki Jakovic. They've come together quite nicely after this, so we'll see if we can get a camera on those guys quickly.
Obviously they they got a few back markers to contend with, as always. I think that's going to be said quite a bit over the course of this 8 hours race.
See if we get a camera on board now, Mr. Captain. That is the view on board the Porsche coming on the old start-finish. So it's going to lose out a bit here because of this SRVM Ferrari. But let's see if Jakovic gets caught up going down to Magnussen and Beckett's. No, he doesn't. So at this point, Risto's caught the traffic in a very bad place. Nicky's just about avoided both of them. And that is the difference in speed you get there. Look at the gap. The gap that was about a second is now just shot up to about 3 seconds or so. So that is the difference. That's what the effect traffic has around here.
Yeah, and that is a huge gap, pretty much half the straight. So in fact, a little bit more than that, really.
Still yet to see. Well, no, Kieran and Hodgkinson, they also pitted during the Code 80 as well. So this is basically what you're seeing now. These people who have pitted earlier on are the ones who are benefiting now. Now, Kastorp's next prey, so to speak, is Jakovic's next car ahead is Ajim Hodgkinson, who's just currently running into a bit of traffic now. So this is going to be one to watch. This will be for 4th place in your P1 class.
And he's in the same shot as Hodgkinson.
Ajim, yeah, getting held up royally by the GTs there, but this is where, let's see if Jakovic can get past all of these guys before Brooklands. He's going to make up a bit of time. No, he's not. He's going to only get past one of them, so he's going to lose out a bit of time between the Northern Light Racing Porsche there. See Nicky flashing his lights there. I'm not quite sure. I think it was actually, but there might have been just the frame changing there, but people do that in the P1s. Apparently flashing the lights means you have to get out of the way straight away, which I disagree with as a P1 driver. Don't do that, you distract people. But you see there's the same frame. There's Adam going through cops. There's the P2, and there's Nicky Jakovic hunting him down in that Virus car. The gap has come down from about 4 seconds to just over 1.5 seconds already. The Virus car is now going to have to follow that Kaspersky P2 all the way through Magnussen and Beckett. It's going to give Adam a little bit of a breather. Interesting enough, Sean Campbell, yet to pit, is actually up with Jake Hall, though, I think, who has pitted. What's happened to Jake Hall? Jake Hall has fallen back quite a bit there. I'm not quite sure if there's an incident there, or maybe some pit stops, some differing strategy there, but Jake Hall has gone from being second in class down to about 6th, or about I think 7th now, so he's really fallen back. Not 8th even, sorry. I'll have to see if we can get someone to come tell us what's happened. Also, just to quickly bring you up to date with Oscar and Nate, following their going off. Oscar's fallen back a little bit, about a 4-second gap there, so a little bit of a gap made there, but that all can change in a bit of traffic. So we'll have a look at John Davis, who is our Kaspersky car, also our P2 leader. Sorry if the camera's a bit slow, guys. I'm trying to do lots of things at once, not really succeeding that much. There is John Davis making his way through some that's another P2, I think. That's a SimHQ P2, I believe, so just making his way past that. So that's the, I think that's the Atlantic one, sorry. No, I'm not sure who that is. I need to find out who that is, but nice and easy through. And yeah, John Davis, ever since that pit stop, seems to have just inherited the lead. I think there's definitely a differing strategy somewhere, because Philip Parker's had a mighty lead before they came in. So what I'm going to assume is maybe John Davis is running a double stint, and that Philip Parkos is not at this point. But that means we should see Philip Parkos come back at him. But see the pace of this number 50 car, driven by John Davis. Maybe that isn't going to happen. John Davis has got good pace out there.
Yeah, he's showing good pace, but I'm wondering, is he double stint in the tyres? Because that pit stop did seem to be somewhat shorter than the likes of Philip Parkos.
It's the thing with endurance racing, you can never call it as we start. You have to wait for the race to unfold before you can get to find anything else yourself. Meanwhile, Thurman still leading, currently being chased by Kasdorp. Gap is 18 seconds between the two.
And that gap has been getting larger and larger. It was 15 seconds at the end of the pit stop phase, and it's just been going out best part of half a second a lap. I don't know if it's anything to do with traffic, but whether or not Thurman's been lucky or seems to be picking his way through traffic better. But Kasdorp has been dropping back and back and back. Meanwhile, Djakovic, since I last checked up on him, has been getting closer and closer to Hodgkinson.
So, you know, we did have a spinner going from Exxon Beckett. It was the Borja Milan in the 1ACO car, so he's lost out now. He's now down to 10th place, but that's Daniel Pizzo got past him there in GT Telecar, and I think so, but he's lost out of place there. But that's a very bad way to treat the tyres, Borja. Do that round here, you're going to end up flat spot on those tyres big time, so I'm sure maybe he'll be in the pit soon to get a new set.
Yeah, surely rattling his fillings out if he ever has any.
Someone we haven't spoken about too much this race is Kieran Parkin, currently running in 3rd place in class at the moment, doing a pretty solid job of things. He's about 33 seconds behind the leader, but of course just sort of doing his own thing, running his own laps, trying to be as consistent as possible, doing a pretty good job in that. His teammate Adam Hodgkinson is behind, who is currently being absolutely harried by Nicky Djakovic. Let's try and get a camera on that.
Indeed he is. So, Djakovic probably very fired up after what was 2 drive-through penalties. The first one for going too early at the start of the race, and then second one potentially for speeding in the pit lane.
By both of them, of course, are his own fault in that case, so no one to blame but himself there, of course. And but making up for it now, coming through very aggressively. This is where maybe Adam loses out a little bit. Adam's a little bit more considerate in traffic instead of losing out like it's a bad thing, but it shouldn't be. But Djakovic just a little bit more aggressive, and
Yeah, but
it's showing now.
Djakovic, as I say, isn't as particularly amazing at dealing with the traffic, and can sometimes become a bit flustered, but he's not the one under pressure this time. It is Hodgkinson who is under pressure from Djakovic, and is it going to be a matter of well, not if but when it comes to these two, as they're stuck behind a GT car coming through Maggots and Beckett's now.
Look who else is there as well. Look who else is involved. Risto Capit has
Capit in the Porsche
caught both of them.
Caught both of them, so this is a 3-way battle for 4th position.
Now things are getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Hodgkinson, Djakovic, Capit, 4th, 5th and 6th here in your P1 class. They're separated by just over a second, I believe. All 3 of them on your screen at once now. This is where it's going to get interesting. Djakovic has come from a little way back to catch Hodgkinson. Same with Capit. I think Capit has sort of just tagged onto the back due to that traffic on the last lap. And now we're going to see just who has the edge in this case. Of course, Risto Capit and Djakovic both very fast in qualifying. Capit tying DNS for the lead, for the pole, both setting exactly the same time. And Djakovic only 9 hundredths off that. But look how aggressive that Porsche is now. Adam getting caught up behind the Corvette, but just about making a way through there. See those hard tyres on the end of that GT car.
In fact, Djakovic touched the GT Porsche there and let Capit through pretty much, and that has left Hodgkinson all the room in the world. I mean, he was already starting to pull out a bit of a gap, but now it means Capit is on the attack, and Capit has been doing quite well to catch up to these two, and I think potentially could Djakovic be dropped by these two. But
this is what happens, you know. This is what happens when you try and push too hard. Djakovic there really forcing the point where there was no point to be forced, end up losing a place. Now he's at the back of this train, trying to fight to find a way past behind another Porsche as well. That'll be something he's not happy with as the self-proclaimed king of Porsches. Not today, mate. Looks like Risto Capit's got your number dialed as Adam Hodgkinson still leading the 3 of them, coming up to some traffic now, but it shouldn't come into too much play. Look in the background. Look in the background down the Hangar Straight. What do you see? GNS Nissan is catching all of them at this point. So this could very soon be a 4-way battle for 4th place.
As I heard, I don't know if it was me, but I could hear some more contact. Was that Djakovic hitting another back marker?
Maybe. Unfortunately, Nicky is known for his pushing and shoving, unfortunately, and all the good things to be known for in VEC. We've seen a bit of that in camera so far, so hopefully he can keep it clean for this aspect. But let's see. So currently on the timing before the start-finish line, there's 6 seconds between Nicky Djakovic and Nate Lupson. When Nate comes across the line, we'll see what that is. Still 6 seconds. They're still very close at this point. but I think Nate is Nate is closing all of them, no question at all. And that'll be very interesting when Nate gets there, because of course we're seeing a completely different sort of car there. We're seeing a car with a completely different characteristics being put into the fray. When these Audis and Porsches, for all intents and purposes, are quite similar. They do have different pros and cons, of course, but the Nissan is a lot more defined in its pros and cons. As look how close Capet is now to the back of Hodgkinson.
Oh, he's ever so close. Is it going to be? I don't think it will be a dive into where are we now? I've suddenly got. Now we're through into Maggots and Beckett's, and then onto the Hangers Straight, and they've dropped Djakovic a bit due to some of the traffic. They're coming up to Campbell in the P2 car.
I have no doubt that will come back to them again. I mean, so that is the nature of traffic. Now, look how close Capet is now in the slipstream of that DHR car, but the DHR car just has a little bit more top end, I think, not quite able to get up alongside the DHR coming into Stowe, and they will stay up behind for another lap. Again, Capet, Djakovic getting caught behind the champion car a little bit there. In the background, all the while getting closer, is that GNS car. Someone play the Jaws music. But it does seem that for now anyway, Hawkinson and Capet have pulled away slightly from Djakovic, just maybe getting the short end of some traffic there. 5 seconds the gap now between Nicky Djakovic and Nate Lupson. That was 6 last laps. That is coming down. Oh, Capet going around the outside there at turn 5. Not something that I would do. Very scary manoeuvre. Run out of road very quickly there, but obviously very desperate to keep with Hodgkinson at this point as Nicky Djakovic makes his way past that Northern Light car. Hope you guys don't mind us staying with this battle, because it is, I think, probably the most intense one on track right now as Capet goes at the inside. Hodgkinson contact there between Capet and Hodgkinson there. I think Capet seeing a gap there and maybe going for it, and Hodgkinson not quite prepared for it. I'll have to see that again to pass any judgment there, but Capet is through. It's a shame that we can't see any sort of racing with these prototypes without some sort of contact. Hopefully that will change, as now it's up to Djakovic to try and get onto the back of this lot now. But of course, I think what we'll see now is Capet probably put away from Adam. I think Capet was being held up slightly by Adam as he goes very wide there coming through Chapel. You see just the car sliding there under acceleration. Looks like Nate's lost some time somewhere in traffic, has fallen back a little bit, but of course now they're all back together again, as we said they would be through traffic. As Adam just going wide there. Is Djakovic going to be inside here of Hodgkinson? Yes, he is. Late braking there, comes out effort to Stowe. Adam getting held up by a bit of traffic there, and both Djakovic and Capet are past that number 3 JHR car. A very optimistic move there by Djakovic. So we'll go on board now with Nicky Djakovic. Behind us is Adam Hodgkinson. In front of us is our next target. That is Risto Capet there in the other Porsche on the grid at the moment. Going around the outside of the SRVM Ferrari. Let's see if Vara's car decides not to do it this time. He's learned from his mistakes last time around. And now it's between Djakovic and Risto Capet. This is going to be an interesting fight. Two very aggressive drivers now coming together on field. Just can only end one way. Oh, as they split there, they split the SRVM Ferrari. Very scary moment for him. One goes out the outside, one goes through the inside. And Adam now back on the rear of Djakovic at that moment. And again, Nups in the background looking even more threatening every time I see him. Of course, that's because it has the best livery on the grid. No bias. Again, look how close they're going through here. Look how much they're just chucking the car around here, even on these double stinted hard tyres, which must be getting worn by now. Let's see who has the straight line spin advantage. Bit of a slipstream here for Djakovic. No dice there. All square still. Still on board here. We do have a DNF, by the way. We have Delgado with our P2s. Unfortunately has retired. Didn't catch what happened there. It looked like a disconnect, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes sometimes in endurance racing. So these guys still head to tail. It's a studio battle from 4th, 5th and 6th in the P1 class. Hope you don't mind that we're sticking with it, guys, because it is still going underway. Looking at Risto Capit now, he's heading this little gaggle of cars. There's Jake Hall there in the Revolution prototype, hoping not to get in the way of anyone, of course. Always very scary when you're a member of the lower class and the faster class are behind you racing. Look at that, look how close Jakovic is now, right on the back of Capit. I'm not quite sure we're going to see any sort of run through to cops. No, we are not quite close enough. But again, look at Hodgkinson as well. Might not have the same out and out pace as these guys, but he's being very good through traffic, just getting to a position where, oh look, and now, oh, to the inside, Capit's been squeezed. Hodgson's got the run on Jakovic and Capit. It's going to go 3 wide. Hodgson goes past Jakovic. He's going to go past. No, he's not. He's going to pull up behind Capit. But back, Hodgson back through to 5th place. A fantastic move by Hodgson. Like I said, just managing that traffic in a brilliant way there to get back in front of Jakovic. And now Capit being held up slightly on the exit. This could be Hodgson trying to get back into 4th place. Let's see if we can get a camera of Hodgson. We are looking at Capit still at the moment. He's going to go to the outside. I'm not quite sure if there's going to be room there. Let's see if he tries to make it stick. No, he doesn't. He slots back in behind Capit. Not quite enough speed to get that done. But now Jakovic is going up the inside now, trying to get this one done. But no, Hodgkinson covers that off nice and early there. These 3 cars, fantastic driving from these at the moment, as Hodgkinson and Jakovic have a big slide there going to second to last corner. Capit forced wide again. Hodgkinson having to drop back behind. The traffic is making this an eventful race. Look how close Hodgkinson, he could reach out and touch that car if he wanted to. A bit slow there through there. A bit slow through T1. He got a bit of dirt. Yeah, Jakovic is going to go up the inside here at T2. Yes, he is. T3, sorry, he's passed. Hodgkinson's still there. Contact again. Jakovic again with the contact there, and Hodgkinson muscling his way through. And that is Hodgkinson back down to 6th place. Shame to see some more contact there, of course, but that is how it goes. Hodgson's still in the fray. He's still looking at the battle. See if we can actually get a camera on these guys. Going absolute. And look in the background now. Look who that is. Nate Lupson has caught them all. He's now right up behind, and I don't think it's going to be as quick of or as difficult of a pass for Nate. Of course, Nate is on that softer tyre compound. He's also got that straight line speed advantage as well. So we'll go on board with Nate Lupson. We'll have a look at Nate Lupson when he gets a bit closer. Just currently looking at Adam Hodgkinson as the 3 sort of have a little bit of breathe from each other, but oh, Nate getting ever closer. This is fantastic racing. There go Jakovic past traffic, and here he is. Look at it, right now on the back of Adam Hodgkinson. Nate has come from about 10 seconds back to pull up to the back of this little gaggle of cars here. Oh, catching the curb there in the braking zone, the back end just peeling away for a second. Let's see now what this GTR has. I think we'll probably see an overtake going down the second straight. There's no point doing it here because there's just not enough speed. Jakovic starting to pull back up to the rear of Risto Capit, but Adam is still in with a shout. But here comes Nate Lupson, that GTR. There we go. This is a fantastic indicator of a straight line speed. Here comes the GTR now, foot to the floor. Nippon Glorious Steel Overdrive. We'll go to the inside of Adam. There he goes. And that is one of them dispatched almost immediately. But Adam's going to have another go. No, Nate's going to park it on the apex there. Defends well from Adam. That's a place gain. But now Adam has, Nate is going to be setting his sights forward between this battle between Risto and Nicky. Oh, I'm out of breath here. I need someone to bounce off. Back to Nicky Jakovic. Currently split by a P2 car. Hodgkinson still right with that GTR though, not leaving it go. Unfortunately, it will fall back a little bit on this straight. Here's with straight line speed. Oh, Nicky going up the inside. Is he of the prototype splitting the 2? He's going to go up the inside. I think I've just missed that car. He's gone up the inside of Capit and 2 cars. He's gone 3 wide and gone up the inside of Capit and one of the P2 cars. And that's the GT Italia P2 car. Sorry, the magenta P2 car holding its line. Try not to get bashed around. These 2 cars now. Contact everywhere at the moment. This is so hard to keep up with. As the GTR manages to get past the Oh, I'm running out of breath. I'm starting to... I can't find what's going on here. Right, now me out here.
Well, a few technical problems has put me back a bit, but still, these guys showing no quarter given. Is it still the three of them together?
It is now, but Nate's in there. Now look on board from the GTR. Look at it now. Just go flying past Risto down the straight. It's got so much of a straight line speed advantage. Nothing that Risto Capit can do to defend that. And Nate moves up to 5th place. Next target for him is Niki Jakovic. How quickly can he disperse him?
Yeah, and the two together, I'm expecting if there will be a move, I'm thinking that we'll see. Well, actually, no, the Nissan's going around the outside.
Nissan goes round the outside of Jakovic. That is something. Oh my!
Overtakes Jakovic and 2 backmarkers whilst round
the outside.
You don't see that too often, do you?
You don't see that in the Nissan. The Nissan does not have the grip for that. So Nate Lupson well and truly embarrassing Niki Jakovic round the outside of Cops, and now he's going to fly away down the back straight. His next marker is Kieran Parkin, 20 seconds up the road. That was outstanding.
Yeah, now that means Jakovic is going to be come back under fire from. Oh, sorry, I'm lost here. Capit, that's it. Too many names.
I have never seen such a move with that at Nissan. I think that he must have got caught up in traffic somewhere. He got caught up and saw off the apex, and Nate just went clean around the outside, carried it, had confidence in his car, which is something that I wouldn't have in that GTR, and managed to keep the move there. That there for me is a move of the race so far.
Definitely, but as well, he's certainly pulling away, since obviously showing that the two Porsches have been holding him up this time. But I want to see, can Jakovic get back into a rhythm, catch him up again, or is Capit going to give Jakovic a bit of a headache?
I think we're going to see Jakovic fall back from Nate now, because Nate's on the fresher tyre as well, on the soft compound. At this point, Jakovic is on old hard tyres, of course. At the moment, it is advantage everybody else, because the GTR still needs to come in and pit next lap as well. It's only going to fall back, unfortunately, but still, at this point, it should be fast. Getting caught by a couple of GTs here, but that's going to be the way of things. I wonder if Risto Capit is going to be able to come back to Niki Jakovic. I think Adam is going to fall off the back a little bit here. He's sort of gone from 4th to 7th in as many corners, but now look who's behind Adam Hoskinson. It is Oscar Harwick coming back in the other GTR. Not happy with not being featured on stream, I imagine, but here he goes now, going up to the back of Hoskinson. Not quite close enough at the moment, but Oscar looking very feisty in that other GTR. They're coming up to the number 3 DHR car. I'm being told that Oscar's had a cut track. It's got to stop and go. So Oscar has to stop and go. I don't think he served it yet, but that is going to be bad for their race. That is from cutting the track. That's from going over the edge too many times. But he's still going to fight with Hoskinson, give us a good race, hopefully. We're still watching Oscar at the moment behind Adam Hoskinson. This is a really good marker of just the differences between the two cars. Of course, you see that Adam having an easier time through these slower corners and getting out the corner a bit faster, but the Nissan just has so much more top speed, general acceleration, that it's reeled back in very quickly. We're going to see probably... Oh, Adam there deciding... I think... Adam being very conservative there. Traffic is obviously being giving the GT car plenty of room to decide what he wants to do. But that's allowed Oscar to have a look up the inside. He's going to have a go. No, he's not. Knows a bit better than that to try and go up the inside of the car. That's going to break a bit better than you. Oh, that SRVN Ferrari nearly tags the back of Harwood there, coming through the S's. Very easy to do that when you're sideways, but Adam has a little bit of a respite, it seems. Now, I'm still sort of in awe Ryan, of Nate's move around the outside. I don't understand how that happened.
Are you still stewing over that?
No, but that's I know the DTR, and I know that it's not fast in the corner, and for it to go around the outside, I don't understand. Anyway, Furman's come into the pits, it seems. So Furman has come in, our leader has changed. That's Kastrop now on the P1 field. We should probably have a look at the other fields now. Sorry, I've been focusing on that battle for far too long. Your leader in the P2s is still John Davies. He's doing a good job, but Philipparkos has caught right up now. So Philipparkos is right up behind John Davies. So whatever strategy or issues happen, this is actually the fight for lead. This is now on track happening. This is the fight for your P2 lead, Jimmy. Get on it quickly. And John Davies getting held up by the free wide Ferrari next to there. I'm not quite sure what he was expecting. Sorry, the Corvette. I'm not quite sure what he was expecting that car to do there off the corner, but that's that done there. These guys completely nose to tail. Philipparkos, of course, from the gamepad. So we see his tyres absolutely dancing across the circuit as he tries to get the inputs right. He's coming up behind a GT now, having to come back. That's a sensible decision there. Interesting that he waited there just to try and get off the corner, carried a bit more speed and got past. Lost a bit of time to John Davies in doing so, but it was a nice safe overtake and he got past before having to wait into the cops, the end of the complex. So there it is, just being overtaken there by the GNS car, sliding in between them, with Jakovic in tail of that at the moment. And Jakovic has caught and passed Capit, so I'm not sure when that happened. Okay, I'm not sure which order they're in before, but these guys are still on track. Jakovic is in front of Capit, I should say, sorry. Still our lead battle continues as Philipparkos is still being interrupted by prototype cars, to say the least. As lots of cars going to T1, cars coming out the pits, and John Davies throwing it up the inside of one of the DTs, and
that's Kastrop on the infield.
So it is. Kastrop has made a mistake there. I think he came out of the pits and just had nowhere to go.
Came out the pits to find 5 other cars wanting the same part of tarmac he wanted.
Very interesting, and you see that as a result, net gain, Furman's still 20 seconds ahead of the field. This is very interesting for the Nissan as well, because we're seeing now the other cars come in the end of that double stint. This is now the gap between Furman and Nate as well, because this is when the cars are needed to be fueled, and they'll do the same time sort of stop as Lupton. So that's the gap after 2 stints there. It's 20 seconds to DTR still running in second place. Oh my, I've my voice is going.
Yeah, that's one thing about sim racing. It never ceases to excite, and there's action, well, all the time. It's almost like watching the way everyone drives. It's almost like watching a sprint race, but a lot longer. You know, the way they drive. But this is Silverstone, so does anyone know of any chance of rain, considering England is almost inevitable?
Well, this is something that obviously, as one of the drivers in this league, I've been looking at a lot, and it seems that I think the most chance we have is in the evening. It's about 8%. That's when we looked yesterday anyway. We haven't looked today. We're hoping there won't be rain, because rain is just another variable, of course, but you know, like I said, it's England. England likes to ruin dreams, so no doubt we'll probably see some rain at some point.
That would be something I'd somewhat be hoping for, to add some even more spice to the what's already a very spicy race.
Oh, Ryan, we've missed it. We've missed Philipparkos taking John Davies for the lead of P2. So Philipparkos overtaking John Davies. I think maybe an error there, because the gap's already up to about a second or so. So good job by him. And Nicholas Hillebrand is back up into 3rd place in class in that magenta car after a bit of a wonky start. He found his way as far down as 5th position, now back up to 3rd, so good for him. Nicholas Porbadnik, he's in 4th place in class, with Vincenzo Capella in 5th. Just to keep you up to date, the Petro Delgado car, which I think is the flatline P2, unfortunately did retire, DNF'd a couple of laps ago. Our other retirement is Gergely Barros. Gergy Barros? Barros, I like to call him. I think Gurgley is not right. Gurgley sounds awful. Gurgley. There you go. Anyway, he had an engine failure about 14 laps into the race. That was one of the GT Revolution car, so big shame for him. But Pedro Delgado has just rejoined. He is 15 laps down, so he can get back into the race, but he'll just be a long way behind. So hopefully we do get him back into the race. We'd like to have as many cars running as possible. Currently 38 cars running on track.
Yeah, and it looks like... Is there a possibility that Djakovic is catching Nate at the moment? I mean, Nate's having to contend with a lot of backmarkers, but Djakovic has got to do the same thing, and he seemed to have caught them at the wrong point. Mind you, coming onto the straight, he's going to be okay. No, he is not really. So Nate pulls out a bit more of a gap, but it looks like Djakovic could potentially be closing that gap on Nate.
Nate has been steadily pulling away over the last couple of laps. Djakovic is actually the furthest point he's been so far. I know because this is my car and I'm watching it, so don't worry about that. But yeah, Nate isn't pulling away as fast as I thought he would do. Of course, traffic coming to that as well. But Djakovic doing a good job keeping in sort of in the sights there, with Capet also in the background. Behind that now is Yuri Kastorp. He's in that Revolution car, running in 5th place. A good race from Yuri so far, apart from his little discretion onto the infield. Then we go back another 17 seconds on track to find Kieran Parkin in the first of the DHR cars. Oscar Hardwick in the Magenta car, currently in 7th place. Unfortunately for him, he has got a drive-through penalty, I think, at some point because of some sort of off-track discretion. So that's a bit of a shame for him. Hopefully that won't impact his race too much. But I'm saying that he'll drop back down behind Daniel Pizzo, who's a minute and a half behind nearly now, currently 8th in our GT Italia car, and Borja Milan in the 1ACO car. He is a minute and a half behind. Cosimo Straponi, he's 10th, and back of the prototype field is Adam Hodgkinson in the DHR blue car. I'm not quite sure what happened to him there. He seemed to have fallen back a little bit. Maybe there was a penalty or something that I missed, but a shame for him. In your GT field, I know we haven't really talked about them so much today. I'll try to do that a bit more, guys. Sorry about that. We've got Arne Schimwright still leading in that Revolution car. He's got a nice little lead now on Porte. I say nice little lead actually. It's only about straight. It's about 5 or 6 seconds. So he's got a lead on Porte in the GT Italia car. And then behind them is Kevin Ryan. That is the dark car. So he's got in the car for Pinto. So there's been a driver swap there. Kevin Ryan now at the wheel of that dark racing Corvette. Then Daniel Maybeck in 4th place. And I'm just trying to find our fastest Ferrari, as Manuel Marsili from Texas Drivers. He's in 5th. Our fastest Ferrari SRVN is in 7th, and that is Kevin Van Doren. So that's still running pretty well up there in 6th place. I'm being told here that DHL number 3 did have some repairs to make, probably a result of the contact with Djakovic. I'm wondering if that'll be any sort of report towards the end of the race. We'll see. What you want to watch out for at the moment, Ryan, is Nate closing on Furman. That gap was 20 seconds at the start of the stint, and now it's down to 15.
But another thing that we're getting warnings about is Jan Davis, who seems to be a bit all over the place at the moment. I'm not sure if he's having some connection problems.
It does look that way, and one of the rules of this league is to have, or at least try and have a ping, I think, under 150 or so, and he's well above that at the moment from what I can see. I know he's at 120 right now, but he's warping a little bit, which is obviously making things dangerous for other drivers, and if that does continue, he will be asked to get out of the car, as per rules.
But with Djakovic pulling even further away from Capet, who is having to contest against some backmarkers, nearly out on the grass by one of the backmarkers. But so Capet, obviously the second, third, and fourth having doing quite well.
Djakovic again, contact of a P2 car going through Luffield. Just watching him there, coming up. I'm not sure which P2 car that is, sorry, but trying to go up the inside Luffield and just pretty much head him and went onto the grass again. Not been a good race for Djakovic so far in terms of contact. A lot of contact from what I've seen so far, which is a real shame because you expect a Room 1 P1 driver to be cleaner than that, but I don't want to be seen to be picking on someone, but unfortunately that is just what I've seen so far.
I'm guessing he's somewhat, got the red mist down, and usually when it's down it never seems to go away. But after having 2 drive-through penalties, it is somewhat of his own fault, and having to pick himself back up. But the 3 drivers who had to take this drive-through penalties at the start for for jumping the start, they're doing an awesome job, especially Jakovic, who's had to do 2 drive-through penalties, and he's sitting in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, take that into account. He's doing a very good job, as you say. We've got a couple of pit stops as well. Tonga Guardia in the pits, in the car now. Sorry, for Philip Harkles. That's been a driver change, so Philip Harkles out. John Davies came in the pits as well, and he's out just behind Tonga Guardia. So that is our lead there, or overall lead for P2, hotting up once again. Vincenzo Capella in the pits in the GT Italia car, as well as Nicholas Pobadnik as well. He's in the car in the pits as well. So a couple of drivers coming in for that pit stop, just to shake things up a little bit. And yeah, just talking about the gap as well. The see gap to Furman's down at 14 seconds. So there you go. Then there's been a warning over the team radio there, saying that John Davis needs to sort out his internet issues, or the car will be DQ'd. Saying that, Mark Fuller looks like a failed driver swap there. Who's that for? Someone else trying to get into that Delgado Fatline car, unfortunately not being able to do so, but that is a final warning for John Davis, which is a shame because he is driving very well so far, just the ping not quite on his side, which is all a part of online racing.
Yeah, and also another thing that we get in online racing that you don't particularly you don't get in real life racing is the fact that someone could disconnect partway through the race.
Hillebrand P2, an accident. Oh, a big hit. I'm just going to replay now. Is all his car missing. He's lost a wheel. Coming through maggots, gets it wrong, slides off to the left, hits the wall, loses the wheel, and that is the Magenta P2. Yet more bad luck out of this race. They were running 3rd in class. That is a massive shame for them. Just noticed him off there, and that is, I mean, Hillebrand. I know Nick. He'll be there, beating himself up about that. But that is just such bad luck there. Just hit the wall in just the wrong way, and the wheel making itself free of the chassis, which is going to be them out of the race and retired. So another disappointing outing for the Magenta P2. John Davis now has come into the pits. He's taken the warning, so he's come in now, so he's had to take an extra pit stop. There will, I imagine, be a driver change here. Wondering who's going to get into that Kaspersky number 50 car. Sean Campbell's done a nice job of recovery. He's still there. He's now right on the back of the P2 field. He's still got a lap on some of these drivers, but he's come up nicely. Seems to have been out of incidents. That champion car making its way back up the field after his earlier stop. And there you go. That's nice to see there. That flatline P2 is coming back out the pits. Mark fills up the wheel. He is 20 laps down, but they've got the car moving again. So Mark fill it out now to try and put some laps under the belt of that. Of course, as long as you're in the race, as long as you complete, I think is it half distance or 75% distance, Jimmy? Huh? 50%, sorry, Jimmy just died on the radio there. 50% distance, as long as you complete 50% distance, you can still score points in this if you're in a points paying position. So as long as that car's running, there's still a chance of some points, so it's good to see him back out again. Gonna step aside for 2 seconds. I'll be back in a sec.
So it is still Furman leading from Nate, who has closed the gap down to 14 seconds. The gap not coming down as quickly as it has been, but still coming down. Followed by Nick Jakovic in 3rd place, and then Capit dropping off. Jakovic is already out of Maggots and Beckett's, and Capit is only just entering Maggots and Beckett's, followed by Yuri Kazdrop, who appears to be closing in ever so slightly on Capit. Is best part of a 2-second gap between the two of them. Apologies. 12. Best part of no, that's going up now. Best part of an 8-second gap now. I don't know what's happened there, but Kazdrop in 5th. Then it is Oscar Hardwick in 6th. Looking down to about the where are we now? The leaders in GT, because we've not really been giving them a lot of love at the moment. I think it is Sean Fleet leading, as I would have expected. Sean Fleet from going back to Indy, having that awesome battle with Pinto, and but it ended up Sean Fleet eventually ended out on top of that that little scrap. Looking to see if there's any battles down the field, and one of them to look out for is Hadwick and Parkin, who are pretty much they're within best part of a second of each other, and Hardwick in the Nissan, obviously, as the Nissan goes through cops. Parking just going through cops now. The Nissan, wow, just amazing on the straights, but not particularly amazing through the corners. Still good, as Nate managed to show earlier, as we are probably going to not be stopped. Reminded about that. Well, awesome
sure?
move.
I'll remind you plenty of times about that awesome move if you want.
But yeah, do you want to carry on saying about the awesome move, or are we going to move on to other drivers in this race?
We'll move on. We'll keep it fair. Just a quick little call, I guess, to the chat. Anybody watching? Anybody who's driven or is about to drive, wants to come in for a quick interview, come in, talk to us. We'd like to hear from you. We'd like to have some insight. We don't bite. Ryan does a little bit, but he's got a leash, so it's fine. And let us hear about your race. You haven't got to get any strategy away. Just let us know about your race so far. But anyway, well, I'm hearing that there's damage to the DNS car. It's going to be... Trying to look at it to see what... I think it's the front end. I'm not sure if it's coming or not. It's coming in now to the stop, so maybe it's coming in... I'm not sure if this is a scheduled pit stop or not for Nate. But tell him not to repair damage.
So that will give second position to Jakovic. Jakovic takes second position, currently 16 seconds, 16.8 seconds to be precise, down the road from Furman, who is currently coming into Luffield as the sun sets on this Silverstone circuit.
Just being told by the DNS guys that there is damage to the car, but it's not being fixed. So only slight body damage, I think. Nothing that's going to hopefully hinder it, but still hitting a GT at some point. I'm not sure what that was. Hopefully it was no fault of our driver.
Has Capit pitted without me noticing? Because Kazdrop's in third position and Capit is down in sixth position.
Yeah, I believe he has. And saying that, he's now coming round to complete another lap. So he's going to put a couple of cars in between himself and Nate, who's in the pit at the moment. So our current top 3 in the P1 is Martin Furman, Nicky Jakovic and Yuri Kazdorp. The Revolution car. Nicky Jakovic obviously benefiting there from Nate pitting. Furman there, although that free wide car seems to have a good strategy so far. Having that Code 80 pit seems to have really benefited it so far.
So Nate leaving the pits down into 7th position now, but obviously some of the guys in front of him hasn't pitted yet, so he'll find himself going back up as Jakovic enters the pit lane.
Nate having a lap put on him there by Furman. Nate now a lap down after the pit stop.
Yeah, so when are we going to see Furman pitting? Because obviously he pitted during that Code 80, and really that Code 80 working wonders for him. But so Jakovic in the pits, I can imagine that Nate will be past him at the end of this pit stop rotation.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Nate gets back past Furman very quickly, but of course you have to bear in mind that Furman is out of sync for everybody else. He pitted when others didn't, so he's sort of the big winner here. The GTRs are on an alternate strategy to the other P1s because they have to run a softer tyre because the tyre wear is too much. They can't compete after this tyre upgrade, which I guess is a good way of BOP in the car. Oh, and Nate there, sideways through there, just about keeping it foot floored, I imagine there. That was very scary for Nate.
Across the grass as well.
But back on there, obviously pushing a little bit too hard there on the cold tyres and paying the price for it. So Nate's still in one piece though, which is good, but that's been a very scary moment for him, I assure you.
Where is Nate, and what moves is Jakovic doing? Jakovic still is just leaving his pit box, so where's Nate now? He's coming on to the start-finish straight. This is going to be close.
There's been a driver change between Taylor and Jakovic, so Nicky now up the car, Adam Taylor in the car, and if Nate had not had his incident, I think he would have been probably with Taylor or a bit closer anyway, but that is there, so that's a difference there that makes. Taylor, even with the driver swap there, no change in tyres, so gaining a bit in the pit stop. No, I think that's actually where the GTR has a longer stop than the other cars. I'm not quite sure why that is. GTR has a 10-second longer stop on tyres than anybody else. I think maybe something to address in the future, Jimmy. But at this point, Adam Taylor ahead. And I think Nate needs to calm it down a little bit. Talking from driver experience, I think if he's going to keep these softs alive, he can't be drifting them around. I'm sure he didn't mean to do that, of course, but scary enough.
Yeah, and hopefully Adam is not going to have any connection problems like he did in Indy, which was, it was somewhat, it would have been gutted for that because he had a awesome lead, and Taylor, from what I believe is a bit of a novice to this category or to this car. He's already done 2 races now, but as getting a bit sideways and wide coming through that first corner.
Yeah, but you're new to this category for this season, you're definitely right, but by no means a novice in the car. Very fast as Adam Taylor in this Virus car, so although it is his first season in the fastest class, came from GT Am, I think last season, winning that by quite some way. Now we're going to see how he fares in the class. He's got Furman behind him though, so Furman has come in. I'm sorry, that's a lie. Furman's actually there to lap, sorry, apologies. So I think Adam Taylor sort of unlapped himself there, and now Nate is going to be doing the same if he can get past Furman in one piece.
So I would somewhat be expecting to see Furman possibly pitting in the next few laps. I know he's out of sync from everyone.
Unsure with Furman. We'll have to wait and see with him. I haven't got my trusty sheet here. Usually I have somebody else to do that for me. So I'm wondering how much of a fight it's going to be to unlap themselves in terms of the P1 leader, of course, Thurman being a lap up on Lupson, Hardwick, Hodgkinson, Pizzo, Barkley, and Azevedo as well. Just a superior strategy there from 3 wide, really showing.
Now a little battle going on down the field is Jack Hall versus Paul Badnett. Ever so close.
Oh, again, contact with Nate, trying to go side by side with the P2. Off the field, more damage to that GNS car. This thing's going from bad to worse for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, we got a nice little battle for 14th position, 3rd in class for the P2 cars of Hall and Paul Badnick, but Paul Badnick having to slow up a little bit as he gets lapped by one of the P1 cars. I believe this is one of the closer battles on track at the moment for a major position. There's the two of them coming into Maggots and Beckett's are ever so close. By the looks of things, they got a few couple of GT cars to take care of. They're taking care of the Corvette, which only just sees them by the looks of things, forcing Paul Badnett to go out wide. Through Stowe. Coming through onto the start-finish straight, and a gap appearing between these two after the back markers, but then also Badnick closing in on Hall after into this little chicane section, and they're right together again. So coming down into Luffield. Is Paul Badnick going to have a look or make a move? They're ever so close. Paul Badnick with the slipstream on Hall. Flashing the lights. Has a little look to make sure he's in the mirrors of Hall. Hall getting ever so sideways. But just about holds on. As they get lapped by Hadwick, and Paul Badnick ever so close coming into Maggots and Beckett's, almost looking as though he was going to make a move going through Maggots and Beckett's, but it seems because of that, Hall, well, had a good entry into Maggots, but coming through Beckett's, he's seems to get it very wide, almost onto the grass, so that meant that Paul Badnick could get straight onto the back of him, and they're side by side coming down the hangar straight. Hall still holding on to it, but Paul Badnick around the outside. Is he going to make anything out of it? No, he doesn't, but he's got the inside for the next corner. And they have been split up by another one of the P1 cars, it looks like. Is it? Oh, and Paul Badnick, and he's in the middle of the circuit. Goes to is that Kazdrop lapping them? Paul Badnick tried re-overtaking. Looks to be Kazdrop, and has found himself sideways as another one of the GT cars goes onto the infield through onto the old start-finish straight. So that looks to be that little battle over for the moment, as we see yellows in the final sector. They say, but they go away brief, so they're only out briefly. But it is still Thurman out in the lead, 45 seconds up the road from Kazdrop, who has had a little tangle with Paul Badnick, but it seems to be going all right. And then it is Parkins, then Capit, then Taylor. Taylor taking over from Niki Jakovic. And it's Nate in the GTR. Absolute gorgeous looking car with that classic Datsun livery on it. And it is Oscar Hardwick in 7th. Longfleet still leading the GTs, with Kevin Ryan in 2nd position of the GTs, and then it is Kevin Van Dorn in 3rd in the GTs. But the question is, when is Furman going to come in and pit? Obviously, he took a massive advantage whilst carrying out a pit stop during the Code 80, and seems to be doing quite well to keep the pace going. There was a few signs of him being caught, but 39 seconds. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head if that's if he's got a pit stop over 2nd position, or whether or not he will be doing a driver change at the end of the stint, as a few of the teams have done that.
Oh, spin.
Oh,
Hello,
there's
I'm back.
Spin.
Back at a good point.
Caught me at the same point. Hall and Capella pretty much almost together, with a GT car spinning off.
The sim race of the Holland car that was. Having a very big spin there through T1, very easy to do when you're on the limit on this car. Car seems to be okay, doesn't seem to have tagged anything, which is good for him, but of course those tyres will be looking in better, well, they've been in better shape than they are before. I've been told there's not enough DHR buyers in the stream. So let's have a look at some DHR cars, shall we?
Okay,
Gone.
But Paul Badnick, after his little tangle earlier, has now caught up on the back of Capella, and he's right with him. So, but we're coming up to the section in where he's made his entry isn't particularly strong through Maggots, but then he seems to catch up a bit through Beckett's. That seems to be one of his strong points through that section, but it seems to be one of the weak points as it goes side by side down the hang straight. Oh, he's going to try and go for the outside like he tried on Hall. It didn't come off too successful with Hall. There's a side by side. Do they touch? Yes, they do. Paul Badnick causing Capella to spin, and one of the GT cars spinning off into the infield. Now, will Paul Badnick receive some form of penalty for that? Was there contact, or was that Capella making a slight mistake, making it look like contact?
I assume that whatever happened, the GT car got fired off into the infield, which will be investigated. That's not a place for a GT car to be, even with a spin, so I'm sure that'll be investigated probably after the race. That's the nature of a lot of these things so far. Oh, Nico Barkley having a spin in the 1ACO car as well. A lot of people starting to succumb to fatigue, it seems, although Nico's only been in the car for a little while, goes flying off the circuit after turn 2. I think maybe just a little bit too much speed there, and again roasting the tyres in that 1ACO car.
So I'm currently looking at Vic Hall, who is being chased down by Paul Badnick, but I'm sure Capella, who's a bit just on the start-finish straight now, will be fuming after the collision of Paul Badnick, who effectively just acted as if he didn't exist and just turned in on him, effectively going on the outside.
You do get a lot of that sometimes. A lot of people seem to have a very weird view of how...
Paul Badnick right on the back. I didn't know if there was a little bit of contact there as they come onto the old start-finish straight. As the two cars are being lapped by that looks to be Pizzo.
Right, apologies mate, we're going to have to leave you to it. I've got to go have a chat with my team, so I might be back a bit later on, but if not, it's been great commentating again. Sorry I've been a bit on and off in the last couple of minutes, but I'm sure Ryan here will give you fantastic coverage.
Alright, thanks for that. So, what currently seems to be the still the closest battle for main position is Hall versus Paul Badnick. And Hall's starting to feel the pressure a bit, making a few mistakes coming out of corners as they go through Luffield and Woodcote. Then down onto Cop's corner, although I've realised I'm a bit ahead of myself. Now through Copse Corner. Obviously a gap between Hull and Paul Badnick, as we currently have Oscar Hardwick peeling into the pit lane, currently in 7th position overall in P1. But Martin Furman he's pulled out the gap more. Earlier when I said about it, it was 39 seconds. It's now 43.8. And it's only the up to the top 5 it's only the top 5 who are on the lead lap at the moment. Obviously because Furman is yet to stop. Again, looking at Hall versus Paul Babnick as they come into Luffield. Again, very close. Paul Babnick is closed up, having not been disturbed by any traffic. And he's right on the back as they come into Copse. He's having a look on the inside, but thinks better of it as they thunder through Copse Corner, down into Maggots, then Beckett's, then it is Chapel. And Hall, as it sounds like, oh, there's one of the GT Porsches going slowly. It sounded like that he might have had a bit of a meeting with the barriers, but as we're hearing, it's code 80 in 10 seconds. So we're now currently under code 80. And potentially Furman can come in and essentially have a 3 pit stop again, as he is just coming round. So down into Vale, and yes, it looks to be that he's peeling off. Is he? Yes, he is peeling off to take another 3 pit stop. These code 80s, I mean, Furman's going to be, he's laughing at the moment because he's had no problems so far, and is having another pit stop free courtesy of the code 80. So how far? Because presumably there will be other people coming into pit, although it seems to be possibly a bit early in the stint for that. And Yuri Kazdrop is only just it's our 2nd position man. He's only just coming through Maggots and Beckett, whilst Furman is currently sat in the pit lane and is just leaving. So he's still got an almighty lead. So it is currently Furman from Kasdorp, from Capit, and that's your top 3 in the P1. In P2 is Guardia, Hall and Porbadnik. And in your top 3 positions for GT, it is still Shawfleet, followed by Kevin Ryan and Sharla, or if I pronounced that wrong. As usually with these Code 80s, we run a minimum of a lap under Code 80 conditions. But as I missed it, I forgot to say Kasdrop currently in the pits, but he should be safe as Capit is only just coming out of down to Brooklands. He's a couple of corners away from Kasdrop. For saying that, Kasdrop is still in his pit box, and Capit is coming down the start-finish straight. So this is going to be a very slow change for position, but nevertheless still a change for position. And we are hearing that we're going back to green in 10 seconds. And we are now racing. So Capit is now in second position, and Parkin has managed to take I believe, he's now in third position. So Kasdrop is still in the pit lane. So what's going on here? I'm being told that he's got damage. So it is now Capit who is in second position, followed by Parking and Adam Taylor in fourth, with Kasdrop in fifth position but still in the pit lane. But the gap between Furman and Capit, well, looks to be is 1 minute 9, so that is a huge lead, and his best part of half a lap, maybe 3/4 of a lap. Kasdrop still in the pits, now gone down to 6th position, been demoted by Hodgkinson, who is now currently sitting in 5th position. But Nate in the GTR, currently sitting in 11th position, seems that luck hasn't been too well over the last few laps, with having a bit of a spin and a little bit of contact here and there, and so that's seen him sat in 11th position. Obviously, we were seeing him earlier challenging for the lead, and also the top 3 positions, but he is currently now pulling his way back through the field. I'm not sure whether or not at some point in the next stint we'll see a driver change, there has been some talk of it, so without a doubt that's probably, well, that could be the next stint or the stint after. But a little battle going on is Sam McDonald versus Augusta Harris, 15th and 16th altogether, but for class position it is, let me just have a look, it is for 4th and 5th. So a nice little close battle going on track here. They come down the old start-finish straight as they are being lapped by Taylor in the Porsche. As McDonald locks the brake ever so slightly going through Stowe. Then down they looks to be going on to the start finish straight. They're going to have a little bit, possibly some back markers to contend with. There's quite a lot of traffic up ahead of them, but also they've got to look out for the two drivers behind who are wanting to pass them. That's Agella and Parkins overtaking these two. And these two have split up a bit due to traffic, but there's a lot more ahead as it looks to be. Oh, and that's someone spinning. That looks like Parkins who spun. Yes, that is Parkins spun into Vale. But that would have surely damaged his tyres a bit, and also he doesn't want to be getting tangled up here with McDonald, and he almost does, as he's got bullying McDonald around. Meanwhile, Berman is still closing the gap, but there's a little bit of battle here between Capit and Taylor now, who are coming through Maggots and Beckett's. So this is for second position overall. Both drivers in the Porsche, so they've got no machinery advantage or disadvantage here. It's all down to the driver. And it is ever so close between these two. Are we going to see a move from Taylor? Yes, we are. Taylor up the inside. Has Capit got... But Taylor loses the back end. He applies the throttle too early. Gets the back end stepped out. And now he's lost the position and a lot of ground to Capit. Now, all that work he's done to catch him up, he's now got to redo. But nonetheless, it's only been a few corners and it looks like Taylor's already caught up the gap. As the two of them back together again, and he's going to have another look. Look at the drive he's got coming onto the start-finish straight. Taylor takes second position. That was brilliant stuff by Taylor, and Capit seems to have, well, he has nothing to say for it. But Capit not giving up yet. He's got one of the Porsches to lap. As I am currently running into a couple of technical problems with the feed, so we're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back in very shortly. So we are now back. Sorry for the inconvenience. Slight technical glitch with R factor for me. Now, when I'd left you, Taylor had just overtaken Capit, and now has been making some good footwork and has gapped him. Only a matter of a few seconds, but seconds actually, to be precise. Berman's still leading, but Taylor, ever since taking second, has started to close in the gap, but that gap is still 54.8 seconds, so it would mean something catastrophic to happen to Furman, I believe, for Taylor to catch that gap. I mean, well, we've still got We've still got 5.5 hours left of this race, so yes, the gap's still possible, but Thurman has been putting in the lap times and been consistent, and has been doing a very good job of managing to peel through the back markers. But we've had, so far in this race, three retirements. First we had Barros, 39. Then we had Nicholas Hildebrand. We had Mark Fuller, but he's now back out on track, but he's 24 laps down currently. And we also had Alessandro Piatti, who went out 59 laps in. I'm not entirely sure of the reasons why. But is currently leading the P2 class is Capella, followed by Titz, followed by third place McDonald. First position in the GTs is Almada, who I believe has... Let me just quickly check on this one. Yeah, I believe he has taken the place from Schonfleet, who has been doing an awesome job in that Chevrolet. But there's been a change whilst I've been away, or without me noticing before I was away, for second position in the GTs. It was Kevin Ryan, but is now Enric Scholar, who is... Well, he's actually pulled out quite a large margin now. Capit is in the pits from out of fourth position, and it is a driver change to Dwayne Tapper. I'm sorry if I got that name incorrect. So he comes out in 4th position and is now currently a lap down from our leader. At the moment, there is now only 3 cars on the lead lap. Furman, Taylor and Parkin. But currently the battle to look out for again is Tits, who is being chased by Sam McDonald. And it's looking to be very close coming into Maggots and Beckett's. As they pop out, as McDonald goes around the outside and they touch and spins as so McDonald spins was going around Stowe. He touched Tits going around the outside, or attempting to do a pass around the outside. I wasn't quite sure if that was Tits slamming the door on him. But McDonald has fallen back again. Adam Taylor is currently in the pits, so that gap of Furman's is going to open up again to 1 minute 26, which is Parkins going into 2nd position, but he is yet to stop. Taylor exiting the pit lane. One thing I have missed during this is obviously when McDonald had his little spin, he lost his position to Arias, who is just coming through Luffield now, as is only just a couple of seconds behind Tits. Oh, and McDonald is into the barriers. McDonald's into the barriers, coming onto the start-finish straight. He's hit the wall and has lost the front of his car. Surely is that going to be another code 80? I'm not quite sure as he goes grass tracking along the start-finish straight. So we are going to a code 80 in 10 seconds. So we now have another code 80 due to the incident that Sam McDonald's had going into the barriers of the start-finish straight. Quite, by the looks of things, possibly used a bit too much curb, got on the accelerator a bit too early, and so has put him into the barriers. So does this mean we're going to see a few more people taking the opportunity to use essentially a free pit stop during this code 80? Is still Furman leading, but he's nowhere near the pits, and so I don't think he's going to be diving in anytime soon. Parking's going past pit lane, so he's not pitting. Taylor has already pitted recently. In fact, most of these guys have already pitted quite early into the few laps ago. So if they'd eked it out just a little bit longer, if it was possible for them to do it, which I highly doubt, then they could have taken advantage of this code 80. But it seems at the moment this race has been falling into the hands of Martin Furman. So just being reminded there that Doom will be plunged into darkness and it will be headlights ablaze. We see, and is that, yes, Parkin is coming into the pits, so Parkin's taking advantage of this code 80, but he will without a doubt be repassed by Taylor. So Taylor just going around the last couple of corners and onto the start-finish straight, and Tape will be taking second position back, but also Furman coming in for yet another pit stop under the code 80. And this has done nothing but work in his favour, so and Taylor was nearly 2 laps down. So we'll be going back to green in 10 seconds. And we're green again in Silverstone. And it is Taylor in second position with Furman in the pits currently, and this could work out well, not particularly well for him, because he somewhat got caught out coming into the pits a little too late for this Code 80. And it has been a driver change in the car that was being driven by Parkin. Is now Maximilian Schneider. He is currently in 3rd position, but not too far down the road is Taper. Is in 4th position. And it's a driver change for the lead car to Henning Waller. And that's, I don't know if it was just me, but it sounded like another person going off in the barriers. Just going through the field, seeing any little battles going on. And one little close battle is 9th and 10th. Not ever so close, but it is Pastorato and Ojala, both in the P1. Just coming down. Oh, that was a little bit close from the Nissan, who seemed to take a little swipe at the GT car, but these two are very close, coming in to the final chicane section, bus stop chicane section, before going on to the start-finish straight. Pastorato getting held up a little bit by one of the back markers, that's Tits. And Ojala, ooh. Is just going past it. Still, the two of them, 9th and 10th position, still ever so close. And again, obviously the GTR, as we've mentioned many times, is amazing through in a straight line as it gets stuck behind one of the Corvettes. And because of that, Ojala gets through going into Stowe after again monstering the straight that was the hangar straight. But Pastorato doesn't seem to be done yet. He's coming back at Ojala, coming into the more technical section after the start-finish straight, where the Nissan doesn't do so well. but then he's got another straight, so it'll be able to stretch its legs. So now everyone seems to be quite a few gaps appearing in the field now. Obviously Silverstone, the home of British motorsport, and currently today the home of VEC, and it's been a very exciting race so far. As we've also had all sorts of stuff from the odd accident. We've had a few drive-through penalties. We had the three leaders jump in the start and having to take a drive-through penalty at the start of this race. We've had 3 different manufacturers lead the race as well. But 2 people that are quite close to each other on track is third position Scheider and Tapper, who is in 4th at the moment. Scheider, who is just coming onto the old start, finished straight down into Coppice, where Tapper is just a few seconds down the road, really. Another thing missed out again is second position has changed in the GTs. It is Kevin Ryan who has taken back that second position from Enrico Sciala. So as it begins to get very dark at the Silverstone circuit, we're now getting the announcement that headlights are now required as we go into darkness. Now, this will be when it actually gets dark. Well, the sunset is one problem with the drivers, because obviously the sun somewhat taking away some of your reference points. It was certainly like that when I did a 24-hour endurance race recently. I did the day into night shift, and I found that as the sun was down coming into your eyes, it was somewhat shining away from some of your reference points, so you may start to see a few mistakes coming into the braking zones, but also somewhat the pace could, as track temperatures may start to differ as it starts to go to night, possibly some faster laps being posted. But currently our leader on the previous lap posted a 1:42.8, where Taylor posted on his previous lap a 1:45.3. But the lap before that was a 1:42.2. So, and Taylor has been consistently in the 42s and the 41s, more so than our leader, but obviously must have came into some sort of traffic, having done a 45 on the last lap. So the gap is ever so slowly coming down, but it's quite a large gap. It is still 53.8 seconds Taylor to Henning Wallet. And the gap between Maximilian Scheider and Tapper is now down to approximately 4 seconds. So Tapper really putting the gas down as we come into, as it starts to get really dark now. So what I was saying earlier about the that's very close for one of the back markers. What I was saying earlier about your braking points, it isn't so bad now, but track temperatures will now start to come down, meaning potentially grip levels may also come down, temperatures will come down, and it can be somewhat better for the tyres with having running lower temperatures, but also, it being night, it also can somewhat affect the your reference points. Although I seem to find when I drove in the night, it was somewhat slightly easier for me in the night picking out your reference points, because where it's night, there isn't so much around you to sort of take your eyes off the ball, so to speak. Another little battle going on. Well, not a battle. It's a bit of a gap between these two, but it's quite close. The gaps come down and come quite close. Is 6th and 7th, James Wilson and Nico Barkley. But then also another little close pairing is Yala and Azevedo, who's currently just been lapped by Taylor, and they have a couple of cars to contend with, a few GT cars in there. They come down the old start-finish straight, now into Cop's Corner. It's very close between the two, although there is a Corvette between the two of them as they come down to Maggots and Beckett's. Picking up a little bit of dirt is Jala there. But because of being stuck behind that Corvette out of Cops and then going into Maggots and Beckett's, that's opened up the gap slightly. Or saying that, they are stuck behind the other GTR, which is Michinas. Now he is currently holding up these two. Which Ajalo really wouldn't want at the moment, although the gap still isn't. It's closing, but not so much. Meanwhile, just behind these guys on the road, but for position, is Wilson and Barkley still. And there's just about 1.5 to 2 seconds it. Barkley in the taco car. Very distinct livery with the black and orange. And the two, and Agiala comes in and pits, so that releases Azevedo. So Wilson and Barkley very close now because of the back markers. Although having said that, the yes, Barkley in the taco car just overtaking one of that looks to be another one of the P2 cars, but in doing that has found a gap open because he's having to overtake another one of the GT cars. And look at how much those two back markers has affected Wilson. just watching the GTR that is the yeah, I believe it's the GNS car seeming to be running quite slow at the moment, compared to how it was earlier. So I'm wondering, obviously they have got a bit of damage. I'm not sure if they have repaired that damage yet, or if they're just trying to see if they can run to the end without having to repair that damage. Meanwhile, Capella has been in the pits for quite some time, so that would suggest to me that he has got some damage being repaired. So it is currently in first position. It is still Waller and Taylor in second position, with Scheider in third position. Going on to the P2 cars, it is Tits who is currently coming into the pit lane, followed by Arias and Gadaya. Now, where is Arias on track at the moment? Is he going to overtake? In fact, he could well do overtake Tits for the lead of the P2 class. Indeed he does, so he now has the lead of the P2 class, and then also following is Gadea. It's still in the pit lane. So P1 and P2 for the P2 class is actually quite close on the track. But our leaders, we're currently on just past the 5-hour mark, and our leaders have completed 103 laps of this Silverstone circuit. As Arias gets it, he gets it very sideways coming out of Beckett's and going through Chapel. And that puts, Guardia round the outside. He's having a good look, but he's not close enough. Is he going to have the inside? No. Arias covers the inside, coming through Club. I wanted the start finish straight, and that puts Barkley Barkley's in the other class. So that's really upset. Just the slight mistake whilst trying to overtake around the outside of Stowe has really cost him, because now Arias is a few seconds up the road. And Kevin for 28th, is that Kevin Ryan? What's happened to him down in 29th? Now, Kevin Ryan was running second position in in our GT class. So what has happened to him? He's now plummeted down the order. He is currently 11th in the GT class. So he was second, now down to 11th. Surely he must have had some sort of incident that I've certainly missed out. So apologies about that. Another couple who are close on the track is 8th and 9th, Azevedo and Pastorato. These are in P1, currently 8th and 9th, 2 laps down from the leader. So these two were very close and personal earlier on before they got split up by a couple of back markers. And then just a little bit further up the road from these two is Nico Barkley in the taco car. But it is currently as it is currently only the two front guys, that is Henning and Adam, first and second, that are on the lead lap. So how long will it be? Mind you, saying that, Adam Taylor has been slowly closing in the gap, but as I say that, he loses a second to our leader. And Capella still in the pit lane. So we have a code 80 in 10 seconds. I must have missed what that is for. And you can see Dennis Grib in 31st position has had a bit of a a bit of a knock somewhere. In fact, by the looks of things, he is missing his bonnet. So, has gone into the barriers possibly. And he is the reason why we are seeing another code 80. And that is put 8th and ninth into the pits. Although saying that, Pastorato is leaving the pit lane ahead of Azevedo. I believe it was that way round when they came in. Our leader takes another pit stop under the Code 80. He's been getting very lucky with these Code 80s throughout this race. And there's contact in the pits. The pit lane absolutely stacked and ram-packed full of people trying to take advantage of this Code 80. There are quite a few people in the pit lane. Currently one very expensive car park indeed. And by the looks of things, there's been a driver change. What was Azevedo's car is now changed to Yuri Vinari. So he is now in 9th position, taking Azevedo's place. We are still under the Code 80. So after what has been the pit stops, there has been what looks to be a few changes for the main positions in the classes, along with a few driver changes as well. It is still our leader, Hullet, in front of Taylor, in front of Maximilian Schneider. Then for the P2 class, it is Arias going back to green in 10 seconds. And we're back racing. So back to the GT. Our leaders are Amida, Michael Muller, and Dorna. Confusing me with Capella, who is splitting currently first and second position in GT in his P2 car. As you can certainly tell, it is now almost completely dark. Oh, as the one of the the P1 Nissans, it's ever so close to missing a back marker or collecting a back marker. But after that code 80, the gap from first position to second position, at second position being Taylor, has gone down from 50 what was 51 seconds before the code 80, now down to 40 seconds. So obviously we saw Holler taking a pit stop during that time. So I can't remember seeing Taylor going in, so that could be potentially where the time has been made up. So a battle very close on the track is for third position for the race. Between Maximilian Scheider and Taper, who are right with each other, going and having to pass a back marker, one of the GT Corvettes, as they come down the old start-finish straight, then into Cop's corner. Tapper taking a look, thinks better of it. Through into Maggots, then Beckett, then Chapel. Tapper with the slipstream coming on to the hangar straight, then into Stowe. Is there going to be a do or die move into Stowe? I highly doubt that. They're not as close as I thought they were. And coming into the through Vale, then into the club chicane. Still ever so close. Across the start finish line. They've got a couple of back markers to pass by the looks of things in front of them. In fact, there's a gaggle of back markers. There's a couple of PT cars along with a couple of P2 cars in there as well in the mix, just to spice things up a little bit more. Scheider takes, well, Tapper seems to be being caught napping there because Scheider's managed to take two of them, and Tapper's gone sideways. He's onto the grass. Does he hit the wall? He just about misses the wall. So Tapper makes a brilliant job of trying to save the car from the walls. Obviously no damage there, but now he's got that work, all that work he's done to catch up to Scheider is just all gone up in a puff of smoke, and now he's got to do it all over again. So Scheider, best part of the hangar straight ahead of Tapper now. After Tapper's mistake whilst trying to overtake the back markers, because it was quite odd the fact that Scheider was able to overtake two of them before they even got to the corner down at Luffield, and it seemed that Tapper just wasn't able to get past them, and so left himself having to, well, he almost pressured himself into having to overtake them round the outside, and just looked to have got onto the marbles and found himself skating off into the gravel trap, but thankfully managed to keep it out of the barriers and has caused no damage for him. we've got Taylor into the pits from second position. So Adam Taylor into the pits. And does that mean potentially when he comes out of the pits, Scheider's going to be not far off him? But we'll see when it comes to that point. But also that could mean that Taylor will also go a lap down, meaning no one apart from the leader will be on the lead lap. But still, it can all still go wrong for our leader, which is Henning Holler, who could still, as we've seen in previous races, become tangled with a back marker. Just a slight lapse of concentration, and he could be off into the barriers. He's got a lead that is as large as a lap now, as Niki Jakovic is in the car, is now in 4th position, but Jakovic back in the car. Is he going to stay in the car for the rest of this race, or is he going to change back over towards the end? But Jakovic back in the car now. This is going to be exciting. So he's only just a little bit down the road from 2nd and 3rd position. But it looks as though that gap between Scheider and Taper is coming down. And then also they got to think about the fact that Niki Jakovic will have a heavier fuel load, but on newer tyres will be catching. And Niki, providing he doesn't get too caught up with back markers, will once he gets into that rhythm, he's unstoppable when it comes to doing fast pace. So Scheider coming through out of Chapel down the down the hangar straight, I mean, and that is certainly not that gap is between the second and third car is definitely not the length of the entire straight now. It's best part half the length of the straight now. Meanwhile, Christian Michael is pitting currently in 5th position. And he could lose the position to James Wilson, who is currently coming down the Hanger Straight and into Stowe. One battle that's very close as well is battle for 12th and 13th. That's Philippakos and Augusto Arias. This is for the lead, I believe, in P2. Yes, this is for the lead in P2. So let's see how this shapes out. They come through Maggots, then through Beckett's, and then Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Got stuck behind one of the Ferraris, which means Arias can get very close onto the straight. He's keeping the car out, showing that he's there, so filling up the mirrors for Philippakos. But we're seeming to drop back ever so slightly. And whilst we're away, Tapis has taken 2nd position, I believe. Oh, that is because Tapper has gone into the pit. So Scheider is still out. I believe he might need to pit. That promotes Djakovic also into 3rd position. Niki Djakovic possibly calmed down a bit since earlier events, and so Djakovic 3rd position, facing down Maximilian Scheider, who is placed in 2nd position at the moment. Djakovic with the younger tyres on. But are we going to see Scheider into the pits this lap? No, as he passes the pit lane, and Djakovic just coming out Stowe, then down Vale, having to weave around it. going back. What was the battle between Philippakos and Augusta Arias is spaced out quite a bit now. I believe. Another gap that seems to be closing down to look out for is Christian Michael and Nico Barkley in the taco car. So far, we still only the 3 retirements, with Dennis Gray, who caused our last Code 80, still in the pit lane, fixing damage. So that's effectively his race done. Although there's still over 4 hours left, so anything can happen. Kevin Ryan, who was sitting in second position at one point for the GT, is around at in 14th, 15th, so has dropped more positions. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, having dropped 4 more positions than when we last looked at him a while back. And we have got yellow flags out in the middle sector. I'm not entirely sure what that is for. And Djokovic hasn't really been showing any signs of catching Scheider. I thought Djokovic would have been sort of making more inroads into second position than this, as we hear some tyre screeching. I'm not entirely sure. I think that might have been the GT car possibly having a little bit of a lock-up coming into this somewhat bust-up section before they go down into Luffield. Anything, it almost seems like Scheider is pulling out the gap between him and Djokovic, but also Papa, who pitted a good few laps back, also seems to be closing in on Djokovic by the looks of things. Djokovic's lap last time round, it was 0.7 seconds quicker than Scheider. With Scheider having what looks to be a little bit of contact with a back marker coming through Chapel. Djokovic last time round, because of a little bit of traffic, was 0.8 of a lap slower than, or 0.8 of a lap faster than Scheider, and I think Taper is also still closing. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, hold on. So Djakovic last time round did a 141.8, where Tapper did a 138.7, I believe. Djakovic in clean air at the moment, so we should start to see some laps. As you can see, Scheider as clear as, well, I say as clear as day, it's night now, but seems to be closing in, and he's got no cars between him, but he will do soon as Scheider overtakes Almeida in the GT Corvette. Djakovic seems to be closing in for sure now. As that seems to be a Corvette on the side of the road, not seeming to be going anywhere. I'm not. I believe that is Lorenzo de Cities, who seems to be going very, very slow in his Corvette, having done that on the pit straight. I'm not sure what happened. It looked like potentially he had a bit of a collision with the barriers, though he seems to be back up to speed now. Although going very sideways in through Luffield, so I'm not so sure whether everything's all well and good on that side. Meanwhile, second and third place in the P1 category are in the pits, so they're saying that Arias is exiting the pits and Tits is currently still in the pit lane. And that gap is most certainly closed more between Djakovic and Scheider. Scheider stuck behind one of the P2 cars coming through Maggots and Beckett's coming out of Chapel. He's past him now, but there is best part of not even half a straight between it now. Djakovic is closing, and he is closing fast. at this point would probably be the point to cue the Jaws music, but that's a bit too cheesy. So these two effectively still, I believe Scheider is yet to stop out of the second, third, and fourth positions. I actually beg your pardon. I believe he pitted 22 laps ago. Well, I believe that means that he'll be pitting sometime soon. And we have yet another code 80 in 10 seconds. So. So SimHQ, the car I was talking about earlier that looked to have collided with the barriers, has bought out this code 80. And surprise, surprise, our leader is back in the pits under a code 80. So I believe that if the 3 Wide Motorsport team do win this race, I think they, the way that the race has gone, I think they need to be giving a few thank yous out to the people who have unintentionally caused these code 80s, but it has very much helped them throughout this race so far. But we also have second and third place, that is Scheider and Jakovic in the pits as well. And pretty much, well, in one pit box in front of the other. And Jakovic comes out in front of Scheider. So we have a change for position. So Niki Jakovic is now in second position with Schneider in third. And Taper is also coming in for another pit stop. That's going to put him quite a bit behind these two now. He was sort of making a few inroads into catching the second and third place battle. And Michael Muller is now, by the looks of things, taken second position in the GTs. But in in the P2 fight, it is Philip Parkos, followed by Arias, followed by what looks to be a driver change. Paul Badnick is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's driver change. And then also, at the moment, it is Almada, as I already said, Michael Muller in second position for the GTs. And in third position for the GTs, it is Duan. And in fourth place, that is the Ferrari. The SRVN Ferrari. Kevin Van Dorn is back in that car, I believe. The orange, well, can't really so much see the smiles of the Ferrari anymore. So we are back racing, and it is Djakovic and Scheider who are pretty much only with a gap of a couple of seconds. Bearing in mind both these guys have both had the same service in the pits, but Djakovic taking a real aggressive approach to this race start, trying to pull out away from Scheider, but it doesn't seem, with this traffic around him, doesn't seem to be happening, although it seems to be pretty clear for at least the next sector or so of the circuit. So this may remind you of the battle for second position overall in the P1 class. Djakovic getting it sideways. Onto the start-finish straight now, and Djakovic pulling out a gap from Scheider. Best part of 2 seconds separate them at the moment. So we will be taking a short break from commentary at the moment. So you're currently watching the 8 hours of Silverstone by VEC, powered by R Factor 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello, and we are back with the 8 hours of Silverstone by VEC, powered by R Factor 2. I'm Ryan Ferris, and I've been with you for this commentary. And we're looking now at Nicky Jakovic, who is currently sitting in second position with Maximilian Scheider just down the road, but with a little bit of back markers to contend with, as we have Taper coming in again. Now, he came in during the Code 80 we had not long ago, so I'm not sure, whilst I've been away, if he's come under some damage or missed something in the pit stops. Oh, and that's two cars going off. Sorry, the GT car. That's our leader in GT. Daniel Almeida, and it looks to be one of the prototypes off in the background as well. It sounded as though he hit the barriers. And that, I believe that was... It was Augusto Arias. I'm not sure, but that looked to be the name that came up. Does look to be possibly not going at full tilt. Meanwhile, Nicky Jakovic is most certainly pulling out that gap between him and Maximilian Scheider. What I thought could possibly be a closing gap doesn't seem to be happening. And so we've got what looks to be another retirement. That is David Nichols. A suspension problem. So that's the Satellite Racing Team GT team. So, what was, or still currently is, our GT leader is in the pits, and I would assume that would be replacing some of the damage caused by the little collision he had not too long ago. But he's just lost the lead to Michael Muller. So all that time that they've spent in the lead, and just one slight collision with another driver can cause that much pain. Because Dennis Dorn is through. Kevin Van Dorn is through. They are now currently placed 4th in the GT category. Who are leading now the GT category is Michael Muller, followed by Dorner, followed by Van Doren in the Ferrari. Going on to P2s, it is still Philip Arcos, followed by Arias, followed by Pobadnik. Amada's gone down another position. Is there potentially going to be a driver change here? Maybe putting Sean Fleet back in the car. We'll soon find out. So that happened to our GT leader, and so nothing can say that's not to happen to our current leader with under 4 hours left to go of this race. Well, nearly 3.5 hours to be precise, and still it is in the lead with best part of well over a lap ahead of Niki Jakovic. With Scheider a good few seconds up the road from him as well. fact, it looks like Djakovic isn't too far away from unlapping himself. Our leader's been, the last few laps, been somewhat cruising, doing 145s, 143s, where the likes of Djakovic on previous laps has been doing, well, last lap did a 141, but the lap before that was a 143. By the looks of things, I've trying to find what's but I'm trying to find where what was our first position GT team, but obviously fell down the order. But anyway, it's 3 Wide Motorsport leading from Team Virus, from Doug Henson Racing in 3rd position. So now, because of the change in leaders for the GT class, our GT classes are actually quite, apart from the leaders, our first position, actually no, first, second and third are actually not too far apart, and we could still see a race between these guys. In fact, Dennis Dorn and Van Dorn are in the same camera shot as each other. That's second and third, and Michael Muller is just coming through into the club chicane now, so there isn't much between them. So that will be for sure the class to be looking out for, as there are 3 people in contention to win this at the moment, because they're all within best part of a straight between each other. Is still heading water in front of Nicky Jakovic, and Jakovic a lap down, and a lap and a bit down from Henning, but still pulling ahead of Maximilian Scheider. So it could all well come back towards each other for second and third. There's still 4th place Tapper, who's somewhat in a lonely 4th at the moment, as he had to take that extra, seeming to be unscheduled pit stop. If he hadn't had to take that pit stop, he'd be up with these 2. But in hindsight, if Djokovic hadn't got those 2 penalties at the start of the race, then he'd be a lot closer right now to the lead, for best part of probably 30 seconds further up the road than he is now, and which would mean he'd be, well, half a lap away from the lead. And that sort of thing is an incentive, as he's barging around Milan, the what looks to be the taco car. Djokovic seeming to show some signs of desperation again with the back markers, and him doing that is somewhat also putting himself in danger of damaging the car. But you know, it's his race, and he knows he must know what he's doing, because he is still trying to put in a monstrous job to try and close this 1 lap gap. And to be honest, if he wants to win this race, he really does need to take a lot of risks and be metronomic on his pace. The last lap round was a 1:44. He's been doing a few slow laps recently. The lap before that was a 1:41, which was pretty fast. But then before that, he had a 45 and a 47. So obviously, quite a few back markers to contend with, and he's, because of that, been showing somewhat off the pace. And our leader, the last 2 laps, well, for the last 5 or so laps, has been in between the 142s, 143s consistently. So obviously pulling out the gap even more to Djokovic. And if Djokovic is seeing or hearing about this information, then he would surely be, as he posts another 3 laps in a row, 142.7. That's, if I haven't seen metronomic, then I don't know what is, because that is brilliant consistency and precision to do 3 142.7s in a row. That is some staggering stuff from our leader. So for P2 in the P2 class, it is Paul Badnick leading Paul Badnick leading by what appears to be a driver's change now in second position. April Dillon and Campbell in third. In GT, it is still Michael Muller from Duan and Van Dorn. As the time ticks down, we're now at the 3 hour 20 minute mark, nearly. But still, the top 3 GT drivers, not much in it. Muller probably only has a few seconds now. Probably best part of 3 to 4 seconds between Muller and Duan. And also Van Doren only just a little bit further down the road from those two, but isn't catching as at such a rate though. And the two of them, Muller and Dawn, are in the same camera shot as each other now. So this is going to become pretty tasty in only probably a matter of a couple of laps, really, because the rate that Dawn is catching up. Now, what was their lap times recently? So Muller has been doing for the last 3 laps been doing 2:22s, where his chasing rival has been doing did a 2-minute dead, but he's done a lot of 2:01s. Apart from his last lap, which was a 2:02, so definitely been catching best part of half a second to a second of a lap over the last 5 laps or so. And he also, Dawn puts in a 2:01. Muller also matches that with also a 2:01.6. With Dennis Doohan, it's almost like the carrot on the end of the stick, this, because he can see his rival the next position in front of him, and that's gonna be encouraging him to go faster and faster all the time, and he's been showing that over the last few laps. And look at that, they're pretty much right together now. Probably best part of a second between the two of them. Maybe just a little bit more than that. But they are close. And what Kevin Van Doren would want is for the two in front of him to have a bit of a tussle together and allow him to catch up, because he too is only probably best part 5 or 6 seconds down the road from them. As they come into Maggots and Beckett's, they're still right with each other. They're not quite bumper to bumper yet, but I think it's not too long. In fact, they nearly are. Doing in the slipstream down the hangar straight into Stowe and down Vale, and then it'll be the club chicane. Onto the start-finish straight. As they get lapped by one of the prototypes. They are right together. And I thought he was going for a move then through Chapel. Muller taking more defensive lines coming out of there, where Doohan taking a bit more curb, but still not able to find anything coming down into Luffield. Again, they've got another one of the prototype cars overtaking them. And he is ever so close. He's not going to go for it through. Nah, he thinks better of it. Almost looked as if he was going for something through Cops, but now down to Maggots and Beckett. Surely not. He's not going to go for the looked as though he was going to go for something, but they had the back marker of the Porsche in between, and that's somewhat. And that's. Oh, and that's a bit of an instant. Who's that has spun? Ashida, third position, has spun and has somewhat collected the prototypes, and they're all over the shop. That's Dorner. Where's Muller? Muller is behind him now. He looked as though he did get collected. He got collected, but was forced to go grass tracking because of that incident. And what happened there? There looked to be some contact for Scheider, but he's still going. Has he got any damage? Probably. So our new GT leader, as of that incident, is Dennis Doohan. But it doesn't look like Muller is ready to give up yet, although Duan is starting to pull out a slight gap. So Duan still leading the GTs from Michael Muller, who is still somewhat right with him, but found himself tangled in having to go grass tracking, causing him to lose the position. But because of all that melee that happened, it has meant that Kevin Van Doren isn't too far behind these two now. So what I said earlier about the two tripping each other up literally happened, but with one of the LMP cars getting involved. And so, because of that, you can see both of them, and they're only just a couple of seconds up the road from him. So, the three lead GT cars are all within 4 seconds of each other. And Van Doren is right with Muller now. Duran seeming to struggle a little bit to get it down to the apex, but he eventually does. But he is hunting down Muller, and he is hunting him down fast. Potentially Muller's got a slight bit of damage from it, what happened earlier. Whether or not it's affecting him, That looks to be a very slow moving Lorenzo de Cheetahs in 36th position, who was involved in one of the accidents that caused one of our Code 80s. I think it might have been the last Code 80. Actually, no, it wasn't. But still, Van Doren harrying the back of Muller. He's having a look on the inside, but thinks better of it. And look, he is all over the back of Muller. Looking ever so racy, but he's going. Well, it almost looked like he was going on the inside at Chapel, but then the gap suddenly disappeared as they go down the straight into Luffield. Still nothing he can do. As they get overtaken by one of the prototype cars. They go through Cop's Corner. Again, getting overtaken by the leader of this race. Through Maggots, then Beckett's. And then there's Nicky Jakovic, who's running second position, overtaking these two as well. As we're almost close to coming down to the final 3 hours of what has been a pretty spectacular 8 hours of Silverstone. It seems with the back markers and them being lapped, Muller's got a little bit of breathing space, best part of 2 or 3 car lengths. So Muller and Doran still at it, but there's still a slight gap as they come down the Hanger straight. Into Stowe, and it seems that Doran doesn't seem to have much left in him, as they both pit at the same time. So it's going to be a race between the pit mechanics, who's been good on their fuel, because also that also is an element, because one might have used a few more litres of fuel. Well, that costs precious seconds in the pits. who out of these two are going to come out first. And it's Muller. No, there's been a driver change by the looks of things. But it is Kevin Van Dorn who comes out second ahead of what looks to be a dark driver change of Daniel Midback. Now, obviously Van Doren has had plenty of time on track, so is somewhat acclimatized to it, where Ryback has only just stepped into the car. So if he needs to keep some fire going in this battle, he's gonna have to step on it and be quick straight out the box, or else what I think will happen, and what looks to be happening, is Van Doren, who has got the more track time experience at the moment, you know, he's got the feel for the conditions, will start to pull away, and there's already a good few car lengths between them. But our leader of the GTs is currently in the pits as well. Meanwhile, by the looks of things, Jakovic has unlapped himself from our leader. So now he's got a press on, he's got a whole lap to make, and he collides with one of the back markers. That's Campbell, the P2 car, and loses back in. Oh, and he spins into the walls. Go Jakovic! Oh, I believe he also hit our leader at the same time. He's back on the track. Jakovic surely has got some damage to his car, but also our leader potentially could have some damage to his car, because he got a good old clout from Jakovic. Jakovic showing again that he can lose his cool or get overexcited. In fact, our leader looks to have his front wing missing. I'm not sure if Jakovic, what sort of damage he's got. Our leader obviously pulling into the pit lane, but Jakovic staying out, so obviously he's managed to get away unscathed out of that. But I'm wondering, because that's a lot of damage that Hall has taken to his car, I'm wondering, is there a possibility that Jakovic could receive something for that? I'm not quite sure whether or not it's some sort of racing incident, or whether or not it could be deemed that he was driving a bit over the limit and dangerously, having already made contact with one of the back markers. So Jakovic already on the old start-finish straight going into Coppets. Meanwhile, first position in the pit lane and I think he certainly has damage to repair. And now, is Djakovic got another lap to do, or is he about to take the lead? Niki Djakovic. I didn't think I'd be saying this, but we now have a new leader of the race, and it is Niki Djakovic. Under questionable circumstances, but still, nevertheless, Niki Djakovic is leading this race with what would be a very frustrated Hurt in the pits. And I think at this rate he could be overtaken by James Johnson. But I haven't heard anything from the stewards as of yet, but I'm not quite sure whether or not Djakovic will be keeping that position. So James Johnson is now in second, followed by what looks to be the taco car, which is Johan Millen. Meanwhile, what was our leader is now dropped all the way to 6th position, and that is going to be devastating. Meanwhile, Ed Trevilian Johnson is in the is now in the Doug Henson racing car, the P1 car, in 8th position. Ed helped me out massively with the commentary in Indy, but also was my teammate during the Simply Race 24 Hours this year. An event I think me and him would probably want to forget, but yeah, he did an astonishing job sticking the car on pole, beating the likes of Mike Epps, the British touring car driver, and also the likes of the current iRacing champions. So Ed, clearly a fast driver, and one of those drivers that you got to look out for. I believe this is his first season in the LMP1 car. I think before this season he was in GTs. But Ed currently running 8th position, but 3 laps down off the lead. Our ex leaders. So Djakovic is leading this race and has a 1 minute 11 second gap to second place James Johnson. Third place is Brudge Millen, who is 1 minute 40 behind the leader Djakovic. So Djakovic apparently possibly having the stewards looking at the incident from earlier may well have a drive-through or a stop and go for his incident, or he might not get anything. But still, there's potential that James Johnson or even Millen could be in the lead of this race come a few laps time, providing what the stewards take of Djakovic's somewhat uncontrollable incident that happened a good few laps ago. Now let's take a look at what Djakovic's lap times have been at the moment. So since he's been in the lead, he's done a couple of 142s, but his lap times haven't been particularly great. He's been around 146, done a 148. The lap that he had his little incident on was a 156.6. And he's just put in a 145.1. Now, what have the other guys got in comparison to him? Now, James Johnson is putting in 130, a lot of 131s, 132 and a 143. I mean, with a 141 on his previous lap. So running about just a bit quicker than Jakovic at the moment consistently. And your third place man, Milan, is doing, his last lap was a 146, but before that he had a 142 followed by another 142 and then 143, so he's been a little bit off the pace compared to his other rivals in front of him at the moment, but he has done a few 141s, but he's not been consistently in the 141s. He's more leaning towards a 142. So as I said, James Johnson is running quicker lap times than Niki Jakovic, and it's proving that because the gap is now down to 1 minute 08. So he is bringing down the time, but is his lap times going to stay consistent enough and quick enough to be able to catch him by the end of the race? I'm not 100% sure on that. We have best part of 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. So we've said about the LMP1 guys. Now on to LMP2. The top 3 guys in there is April Dillon, Paul Badnick, and Rodriguez. In GT, and as I say that, it appears that there's been a change for position in the P2 class. And that is because Dillon is just exiting the pit lane, so that'll be why we had the change for position with Paul Badnick in the P2 car. And going to the lead battle for the GTs, it is Dennis Dorn still in the lead, with Kevin Van Dorn just not too far behind him, and then it is Daniel Maybach behind him in third position, a little bit further down the road, but still quite close for the top 3 in GTs, with 2 hours and just over 40 minutes to go. So beneath the top three positions in in the P2 class is Campbell in 15th on the road, but 4th in class, and then Jay Hall in is 3rd, no, 5th in his class, but Jay Hall showed great moments of greatness in Indy, and somewhat behind it during this race, but it's been a bit all over the place this race, mind you. And as saying that he's coming into the pits, locking up the brakes and going back onto the grass, trying that much to get to the speed limiter, and Pickford is behind him in 6th place in the class. So the leader, Nicky Jakovic, is being chased down by James Johnson at a rate of knots. He is now under a minute behind Nicky Jakovic. So with only just 2 hours and 35 minutes to go, or just over that, 36 minutes, we may still have a chance of another change for the lead. I mean, there's a good chance with Johnson doing best part of a second a lap quicker, a second and a half a lap quicker than Jakovic, that we could have a little battle going on towards the end of what has been a stunning 8 hours of Silverstone. Brought to you by VEC, powered by R Factor 2. So now the lead 3 and the GTs have sort of dispersed a little bit more. Maybach having to somewhat jump out the way of Nicky Jakovic. Jakovic coming into a gaggle of cars, mixture of classes in that gaggle, going back to coming out at Chapel. So yellow flags are currently out in the middle sector. I'm not 100% quite sure, but they seem to be taking a while to go away. And there looks to be Corvette on the grass. I'm not quite sure where that is. That is going on to the old start finish straight. So hopefully we don't see another code 80. And he's back going again. An update on the leaders. Niki Djakovic is, well, still leading, but his lead has been sliced down even more. James Johnson is now 48 seconds from the lead of Niki Djakovic. This is some awesome stuff. James Johnson is pulling out to close in this gap so quickly. He's not last lap, but the lap before, he did his fastest lap of the race of a 1:40.5, but currently more consistent to a 1:41. Now let's see what Djakovic is managing for the moment. Djakovic has been doing some pretty slow laps. He's been doing, over the last 4 laps, he's done a 45, 2 44s and a 46, so well off the pace compared to Johnson. But something to be looking at is Millen versus Kastrop. Yeah, something must have happened for third position to have lost so much time. So this is the battle for third position. And there's currently 5 drivers on the lead lap now. Considering only a couple of hours ago there was only 1 driver on the lead lap, and that was the leader, obviously. But Millen and Yuri Kastrop now. Kastrop has to deal with a backmarker of the Porsche. That's put out a couple of car lengths between the two of them. Millen having to go past Pickford as Kastrop is closing, but the gap is still only a couple of car lengths. As the accordion effect happens under the braking, Kastrop looks to be closer, but as they accelerate out of Chapel, the gap will then start to come back, pull back out again. But Kastrop has got the slipstream, and there's only just about a car and a half's length between them. Not even that. As they come down onto the old start-finish straight, then through Coppice, the incredibly fast corner. And through Maggots and Beckett's, you wouldn't believe how quick they'd be going through there. And through past onto the hangar straight, and Kastrop having a look, but then finds himself with a GT car stuck right in front of him, so he could not take a look down the outside. As they both come into the pits, now it's going to be a race between who one has used the least fuel, which will then convert into who will have the shortest pit stop. Is there going to be a driver change between any of these two? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Niki Jakovic has picked up the pace a little bit and has done a 141 and 142, so a little best part of 2 seconds a lap quicker than what he was doing earlier. And then also his pursuer, James Johnson, has lost a little bit of time, and he, on the last 2 laps, he's done a 143 dead and a 146.5, so the gap has now gone out to 50 seconds again. Meanwhile, Kazdrop has left the pit lane, and Millen is still in the pits. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Is there some damage being repaired, or... Oh, it's a driver change. And it's a Genus Riera in the car, now in 5th position. Nick Woodbury is in 4th position, and Yuri Kazdrop in 3rd, as our leader Nick Jakovic comes into the pits. What has happened to James Johnson? Has he pitted? Surely he must have pitted without me noticing. I think he has. For the gap to have gone out by 1 minute 30 to 1 minute 31. Yuri Kazdrop has now unlapped himself, so he's now on the lead lap. The top 3 drivers are on the lead lap now. And I believe 4th place will be there soon. Yep, he's just coming through on the screens now. As our leader is still in the pit lane. And is there damage, or is it a driver change? Because James Johnson will be not too far away, and it's now back to Adam Taylor in the car, so they've had a driver change, and James Johnson is now not too far away. He's coming down the start finish straight, meaning the gap, I don't think the gap that's being displayed to me is correct. So we'll wait for the screens to refresh. But Adam Taylor is now coming through onto the old start finish straight, where Johnson is now coming down into Luffield. And the gap is now 14 seconds between the two of them. So Johnson putting in a monstrous job to catch up to now Adam Taylor after their driver swap. 14 seconds is a gap. We're only under 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Without a doubt, Johnson would catch Taylor at the rate of knots that he's doing. And we have got yellow flags in the first sector, but they've soon to go away. The gap is now up to 15 seconds, so Adam Taylor is putting on... What lap did he do on his first? He's yet to do a flyer, I believe. This will be his first flyer. But Johnson on his last lap did a 1:43.3, so not the best of laps, but still alright. I think he might have changed to a different compound of tyres potentially. Either that, or he's still in the process of warming up his tyres. Yeah, Adam Taylor last time round posted a 1:41.9, so the gap is opening. As it is currently 15.3 seconds. But another one to look out for is Yuri Kastrop in Revolution Racing. It's just gone over a minute, but just a few seconds ago he was under a minute gap to Adam Taylor. Meanwhile, Adrian Johnson is currently in the pits. He is in 7th position at the moment. And James Johnson has responded on doing the last 2 laps has been a 1:42.2 and a 1:41.9, and the gap has now come down to 14.3 seconds. What did Taylor do last lap? He did a 1:43.4. Now obviously that must have meant that he got into some sort of traffic through that. So you are going to, because of back markers and sometimes the sheer volume that you have to find yourself getting past, obviously you will have a few laps where you're a couple of seconds off pace because of the back markers. So with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, it is currently Adam Taylor leading from Johnson from Kastrop. And with the P2 battle, it is Dylan from Pobadnik from Campbell. And the GTs is still Duan from Van Dorn from Maybach. Now, there hasn't really been much here in the GTs. It's still somewhat stayed the same distances, give or take a few seconds. But still, there's still a few pit stops left. With the gaps at what they are, there's still potential to be a three-way battle towards the end of this race, which will be absolutely awesome for the GTs. But all eyes are peeled on what Johnson can do to catch up to Taylor. The gap is now currently down to 14.1 seconds, so it's somewhat been ebbing and flowing between 14 and 15 seconds. As it stands, the ambient temperature is 34 degrees Fahrenheit, with the track temperature being 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Now Yuri Kazdrop, in third position, has managed to get the gap from him to the leader Adam Taylor down to a minute again. And amazingly enough, he's actually got quite a lot of back markers to contend with. And as I say that, it goes back to 1.1 minutes. And Johnson is back to 15.7 seconds to Adam Taylor. What it would take would be quite a large mistake from Taylor to cut this down to a substantial amount. But let's see what Taylor's been doing. So on the last 2 laps he's done a 1:42 and a 1:41 has Adam Taylor, where his pursuer James Johnson has done a 1:42 and then another 1:42, but the lap before that did a 1:44. So they're somewhat on any even Stevens at the moment. What it would need is either an absolute belter from Johnson consistently, or for Adam to have some sort of large mistake or coming together, or this gap to come down substantially. So the gap from Adam Taylor to James Johnson. Johnson, last couple of laps, has had a bit of a bad time. With back markers, so the gap has now gone out to nearly 20 seconds from 14 seconds over the course of the last couple of laps. And also, Yuri Kazdrop has also been somewhat similar, from going from 1 minute to 12 seconds, 1 minute 12 seconds, his gap to Adam Taylor. So we are going to take another quick break. You are currently watching the VEC 8 hours of Silverstone powered by R Factor. It's been a great race so far, and hopefully on to the end of the race it will be awesome. Don't go anywhere. And we are back with the VEC 8 Hours of Silverstone, powered by R Factor 2. And you are joining us for the final just under 2 hours left of this, what has been a very entertaining and thrilling race so far. We have Adam Taylor leading from Johnson, who has been sort of closing and then falling back. He's staying at the 19-second mark now, but earlier it was starting to look very promising when we were coming down to 13 seconds. I'm not sure if back markers are really affecting him, or he's starting to feel it a bit with his tyres, or is starting to save. But also Nick Woodbury in 3rd position. With the P2 cars, it is still Paul Badnick in 1st position, Dylan in 2nd position, and Rodriguez actually saying that Dylan is now gone to 1st, as I believe Paul Badnick might be pitting from Rodriguez in 3rd. As Yuri Kazdrop is pitting. Also, Paul Badnick, as I suspected, is also in the pits. And it looks like we got another retirement. Enzo Fozzi, currently in 17th position, although is in the pits having retired from what looks to be the LMP2 category. Oh, yes, the LMP, the P2 category. Meanwhile, Daniel Pizzo is entering the pit lane, currently in 6th position. But Kazdrop is coming round, he's just coming down the old start-finish straight into Cups. Now, he would be the person who would go into 6th position if Pizzo's stop is long enough for that to happen. Now, whilst I've been away, Van Doren is dropped to 3rd in the GT category. I'm not quite sure if that was a pass on the track, or yeah, it looks so it was a pass on the track rather than through pit stops, I believe, with Dennis Doran in still leading the GTs. Further down, in 8th position of the GTs is Arne Schonfly, who was leading, or his teammate was leading, the majority of this race in the GTs until they found themselves being collected by, I think it was one of the incidents that happened at Maggots and Beckett's earlier on during the race. Still an hour and 45 minutes to go. At the front, the gap has now gone out to 20.8 seconds between Adam Taylor and Johnson. With Taylor, well, last lap it was a 1:43.3. So what has Johnson done? It's got to be something considerably slower. Last lap he did a 1:43.6, and the lap before that he also did another 1:43.5. So Johnson seeming to be slightly off the pace, but I would expect, considering only a couple of laps before that he did 3 1:41s, that is all somewhat to do with him being stuck in traffic. And his last lap was almost a 1:44 dead. currently Ed Trevelyan Johnson is in the pits, and that doesn't look like a regular stop. It looks like there could be some damage to be repaired in that as well, judging by how long he's been stationary for. But still, battle for the GT's top three, they're still not miles apart. But Dorna is quite far up the road, or further up the road than he has been from Maybach. But Maybach looks to be falling into the clutches a bit of Van Doren. So Johnson, who has had a bit of traffic to contend with, is 22 seconds up the road, but has got a huge, and I mean huge, amount of traffic to go against. But saying that, he comes into the pit lane, thinks better of it. So Johnson is pitting. That means he's attempting some sort of undercut on Taylor, or potentially there could also be some sort of driver change. As we are not far off, 1.5 hours left of this race. So, as you may have just heard, there is some sort of server problem, which means that towards the end of this race we'll be seeing no more driver changes, and which would mean that some of the drivers would go over the 70% rule, but because of this problem, the current drivers who are in the car at the moment are being told to stay in the car to the rest of the race, and the rule will not be enforced. Meanwhile, Taylor is just exiting the pit lane, while Johnson is currently going along the old start-finish straight. So I'm wondering as both of them have pitted, why is Johnson that far up the road? Considering, and there's some debris in the middle of the circuit. It looks like a nose cone or something of some sort on the entrance of Maggots. And figure out what car it could potentially be off of. I am not quite sure about that one. So, one thing to be looking at now, because it seems that it's closed down, is Kevin Van Dorn is being caught by Daniel Mebach Also, the car I believe that I saw the front nose of has retired. And that is Cosimo Strappino. Oh, Strapion. And that is the Sim HQ Motorsport car that has retired, the LMP1. Currently at the moment, Yuri Katstrop in the pits in 8th position. Don't understand what happened to him, because obviously he was running in 3rd position and wasn't too far off the pace of Adam Taylor. In fact, was catching Adam Taylor and was down to a minute. But something has happened to him which has caused him to drop down the field and also, well, find himself 4 laps down. The lead is still 1 minute 12 seconds, and I don't understand how that has managed to become the case for James Johnson in his fight to try and catch Adam Taylor for the lead. In fact, saying that it's gone to 1:14, who is being chased by Nick Woodbury. In fact, Johnson is, well, he's probably not ever so far away from being lapped by Adam Taylor, and obviously both of them pitted. Roughly around the same time. But it is still in the LMP2 class. It is Dylan leading from Paul Babnick, from Rodriguez, with Campbell, Pickford rounding out your top positions currently in the P2 class. PT is Dona, with Van Dorn in second, but being chased down by Maybach. Although Maybach's attack recently has sort of fizzled out a bit, but that's not to say it's all over. So due to server issues and technical problems, so we are back green racing, and the race has been shortened by an hour to 16 minutes because we are encountering some server and technical issues, which may be bad for some but good for others. And I can think of one person it's definitely good for, and that is Adam Taylor. Who has done an absolutely awesome job. And it seems that my timing screens have not caught up with real time, as it says that James Johnson is 62 minutes behind Adam Taylor, so that's definitely wrong. But hopefully by the time Taylor comes around, that's correct now, has gone to, the gap is now 1 minute and 5 seconds between Adam Taylor and James Johnson. That also means that this is somewhat a sprint race, as we've had a few people pit. But then that also means that the race for the GT positions has somewhat sped up a bit. Although in saying that, there is a good few seconds that need to be covered by both Van Doren and my batch in order to either get first or second in class. So Dylan is currently leading the P2 group, with Pobadnik in third and Rodriguez in third. Now, what are the chances that any of those three? Well, supposedly Dylan is a best part of a lap ahead of Pobadnik, but Pobadnik and Rodriguez. Now this is potentially a close battle here, because they are both on the same lap and both around the same section of the track. Pobadnik just entering Maggots and Beckett's, and Rodriguez just entering Maggots and Beckett's now. So there's best part of 5 to 10 second gap between them, with 12 minutes to go. If Rodriguez goes about half a second to a second a lap quicker than Pobadnik, then we most certainly will have a race on our hands for these final 12 minutes. As Rodriguez goes out wide, that'll be a strike for him. But also I'm being informed that Mir's Bert is catching Agnes Riera. Probably not pronounced any of those names correctly, but it's getting it is getting late here. But these two are, well, they're at the exact same corner. There is best part of half a second between these two, and this is the fight for 4th position overall in the LMP1 series. And so it is the taco car against what was the team with the guys that led quite a lot of this race, but Bert is, well, he's swarming over the back of Riera, who is in turn also trying to overtake the back marker, which Bert goes for the inside of the back marker, trying to find any opportunity he can to take this 4th position off, as we have best part of 9.5 minutes to go of what has been a fantastic 8 hours at Silverstone. Well, 7 hours. As they come down the straight, oh, that's it darts left, darts right. Bert is on the outside. He's taken it. He's got 4th position. Does he hold on to it? Yes, he does. Bert takes 4th position off of Riera. But has Riera got anything to say for it? By the looks of how Bert is going off, I don't think he does. The leader is Adam Taylor, who is currently 1 minute and 2.5 seconds ahead of James Johnson. Now, providing there isn't any hiccups or any large mistakes or incidents, Adam just needs to cruise to the end. Without a doubt, James Johnson will be giving it everything to try and say that he's done everything he could to try and get to this win, but it seems by the looks of things he's probably going to be settling for second position. Nick Woodbury is in third position, with Burt having not long just taken fourth position from Riera, who is in fifth position at the moment. Going on to the P2 cars is April Dillon, who is in first position in that class from Paul Budnick, followed by Rodriguez and Campbell. GTs are Doohan, Van Doren and Maybach. As we have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left of this race. Daniele Pizzo is pitting, currently 8th position. He would have probably been hoping that he could just eked that stint out a little bit longer, or possibly pitted during the Code 80, as we've currently only got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left of this race. So by the time he exits the pit lane, he'd only have best part of a lap left until the end of the race. Unless he is attempting to bolt on some fresh tyres and go for the fastest lap of the race, but I don't believe that would be possible, given the time that's left. But it's doable. He could do it. But now he is currently in 8th position. And we're on to the final lap, as we have a minute left of this race, with Adam Taylor leading, followed by James Johnson, who is a minute down the road, and Nick Woodbury in first, at third. So, as Adam Taylor comes in to take the checkered flag, and a well-deserved win from the team. Obviously, Adam Taylor in Indy lost the race effectively due to connection issues, so he will be absolutely delighted by this win. As we wait, James Johnson is still coming through Maggots and Beckett's. That's how far back he is, in second position. But Adam Taylor took the car from Nicky Jakovic and did exactly what he needed to do, put in the consistent laps and kept the gap and controlled the race from where his teammate left it to him. As James Johnson has crossed the line, and so has Nick Woodbury. Also, April Dillon in the LMP2 has finished in first position for his team with the LMP2 car. And Dennis Dawn has finished first in the GT class. So that was what ended up being a very exciting and interesting. I say 8 hours. It ended up being a 7 hour of Silverstone with Adam Taylor being your overall winner. I've been Ryan Ferris, and this is the VEC 7 hours of Silverstone powered by R Factor 2. Thank you very much for tuning in, and hope to see you next time. Goodbye.